I call to order this special meeting of the Ojai Planning Commission for Wednesday, February 9th. Sherry, would you call the roll, please?
Chair Quilisi,
Here.
Vice Chair Nolan,
Here.
Commissioner Lottis,
Here.
Commissioner Trent,
Not yet, I
and
guess.
Commissioner Bennett.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Bennett, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight? I see Commissioner Trent just joined us. Jamie?
I was just saying, I've got something caught in my throat, and if you had someone else do it, it would probably be better.
I'll sub for you then. We'll start the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. This is the time for public communications, time set aside. Even though it's a special meeting, I think we still have public communications, right?
Yep.
Okay. Do we have anyone in the waiting room who wants to speak on an agenda item, on an issue other than the general plan update tonight?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. Then we'll move to the discussion item, the general plan update. Lucas, would you take us through that, please?
Thank you, Chair Quilisi. So good evening, commissioners. I bring to you an item that we were going to talk about a few weeks back, but I think our bandwidth and we were exhausted from a fairly heavy agenda that night. So we've pushed it to this, and I think for good reason, provided an opportunity through a special meeting to kind of dive into the meat of this concept, land use transportation concepts. It's a 47-page document is what you're looking at here. In a moment, I'll share my screen and we can go slide by slide if you'd like. If you have specific questions on specific slides, we can do that as well. I just want to give you kind of a general overview of what we're going to be looking at, and I'll do that by sharing my screen and
Lucas, could you explain the process here for the update? Are we as a planning commission making decisions tonight, making recommendations to the city council as to the details of the update, or is this an introduction to these two elements?
That's a good question. So here we're looking for direction and feedback. If the commission feels comfortable with where this is at, with the comments that are received, there is the next step, which would be this going before city council for comment and feedback as well, and then taking those comments and feedback back to the consultant. So it is kind of a two-step process. If there's a lot that really needs to be revised and clarified, then we can certainly take those comments back to the consultant, have them consider those, rework the document, and bring it back to this commission. Because really, it's a twofold. We really have some leverage, an opportunity here. If it ends up being two meetings, then so be it. I just want to make sure that whatever this commission gets to a comfort level with, that we end up taking that forward to city council. That would be the next step.
Okay, and ultimately, these two elements of the general plan are going to be documents in a format similar to those that one finds on the city website now, right? It's not going to be PowerPoint.
Yeah, this will inform the draft general plan. This is helping to inform that. Each
Okay.
document, each step that we've gone through, going back to 2 years ago when there was originally surveys and that were provided to the community, and a lot of information came forward. There were working groups that we met with that were youth, business owners, stakeholders, including commissioners and council members that we met with, and even just members of the community that were that have been engaged and a part of, and certainly engaged in the community's history and looking forward to the future. So all that information was pulled together, as well as a workshop that took place in March of 2021. All the information that was provided at that point has been kind of folded together in the document that you're seeing here. And there's technical documents that have been put together at this point. One is referred to as a SWOT analysis of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats within the community. That's kind of a technical document that helps to inform these types of documents that you're going to be seeing here from a concepts standpoint.
Okay, great. Before we get into the next chart, anyone have any questions for Lucas? I already asked mine.
And I will say this, in terms of the framework of what we're doing here tonight, this is a kind of a roll up your sleeves type of format. I've already got comments that I've seen from the community. I believe that this commission has received as well up to this point. And I'm putting those in a Word document, and those are being forwarded on to the consultant to review, consider, and potentially revise this document based on those comments.
Okay.
And I'm already sitting at 4 pages, so we're already in a really good spot, and I'm looking for more information at this point for sure.
Chair Quillisi?
Yes, ma'am.
This is something you had mentioned earlier, but I just wanted to bring it up again. Lucas, is it possible for us to go page by page? In other words, you present it. If somebody has a comment, we do it, or would you rather just go through the whole thing and we go back? I
can absolutely go page by page. I think that's probably preferred.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
During this presentation, because each of these pages kind of inform other portions of this document. This 40%.
Okay. Good. I just wanted to make sure hopefully knew that we were going to do that.
What I want to try to avoid is going from page 1 to 16 and then back to 5.
Okay.
I mean, at the end, if there's some sort of a comment that may have been missed, I have absolutely no issues with that either. So
Sure.
I have a question about the format of the series of meetings. I noticed that in one of the pieces of correspondence, and I'm sure that others came as well, we got feedback on this document and how they're categorizing a certain piece of property. It's a land use observation, and it's a piece of property that this person or these people themselves have. Will there be a step when this is reviewed, publicly reviewed, where people can say, you have me down as a manufacturing zone, and I really should be a commercial zone, or will we get, that is the commission, get down to the nitty gritty of listening to and adjudicating individual parcels as they are reported back by the consultant?
Individual parcels, yes. I think it's important to be informed about inaccuracies in the land use map itself. If there are land uses out there that are inconsistent with the land use map, those need to be identified currently. And part of that, you'll see that in some of these maps in terms of existing land uses, and that has little to do with the way in which our land use map is created and more to do with what's on the surface, meaning what is that use being categorized. And some of that data is taken through, I believe, Ventura County's information. So it's a little confusing if you are looking at it for the first time. So as we go through these, if there are questions, certainly to Commissioner Bennett's point, ground truthing some of this is extremely important as well. That's why we're here.
But this is not zoning that we're looking at. This is land use.
Land use informs the zoning. I think that's an important piece. Zoning is what then informs the uses as you see them today. If that makes sense.
Steve, I have a question.
Please go ahead, sir.
Again, I told you I wouldn't interject myself, but this is just about, this is a public meeting. I was wondering how you were going to handle public comments. If you're going page by page, are you going to open it up for public comments page by page? Or are you going to have public comments on the front end and then actually do the presentation to the commission and then have a discussion and then have one more public comment section at the end? I was just wondering what your format was going to be regarding anyone that's zooming in or anyone that wants to speak.
Yeah, I can see a problem there. Normally, of course, we present the case. There's no applicant here, but then we have public comment after the case is presented. And this might be an appropriate time to do that. I don't really feel like we're going to be able to have public comment after every page of this 47-page briefing.
I agree.
We'll be here till Friday. At the same time, I recall seeing several emails that came in to staff, and none of them were organized as, I think this idea on this page needs this kind of work. So we might just be better off to have public comment now, which will be sort of scattershot in terms of what pages the comments refer to, and then go through page by page as part of the deliberation by the commission. What's the sense of the commission on what we should do there?
I agree with your proposals, Chair Quillisi. I think that makes sense to allow the public to comment first, and we'll go page by page. And then if necessary, as Councilmember Haney said, we may open it up at the end again, but maybe we can decide if that's appropriate or needed as we move forward.
Okay, well, if that's, yes, sir.
One more thought too is you're breaking the presentation into groups, it looks like. Pages 5 through 36, pages 37 through 40. So maybe you open it up for the public general, and then when you're done deliberating on the first 5 through 36, then you might open it up for the public for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever you choose to do, because it's fresh in the public's mind in that moment also. And without it, again, getting into an hour-long discussion, you're in charge of the time. I was just, again, just thoughts.
It's a good idea.
Yes, 36, okay. 37 is where we start preliminary land use concepts. That's fine with me. We'll do purpose and overview and then preliminary land use concepts. All right with everybody?
Fine.
All right, well, let's hold these charts then, Lucas. And Sherry, do we have anyone in the waiting room who wishes to speak in general on this topic?
We have two people in the waiting room, Bill Miley and Denise Wiseman. And Bill just raised his hand. Okay, there we go. So I've let him in.
Good evening. So I told you in my email that it was very difficult to comment on this. I ended up coming up with just 18 points that seem to be concerns. Number one is, I see vehicle transportation in front of the arcade on 150, congested, it's troubled, it's anxious. I get anxious, and it's polluting. It becomes narrow and vehicle filled on the weekends. It's just a mess. And it seems to me that center space that's not really being used except for that one left turn into the park should be better used. And I would suggest read what I said about coming up with the bicycle path along in front of the arcade and doing away with parking on the arcade side. I think we ought to have a parking lot on the west so people who come into town can park there instead of going through town looking for parking and then wandering around to see if they can find a place. New construction or remodeling in the VMU should all be work living designs. There should be no loss of housing. Streets, am I being timed? Hello?
Keep going.
Yep, we're still here, Bill.
I don't see any timer. Okay, there is no public seating in front of the downtown school district building. I was there a couple of days ago. I had my cane, had to lean on a tree or on a waste container. It should, and also the bicycles are dodging vehicles. Loud muffler noise is evil. It's unnecessary. I would suggest though that about 1% of the vehicles have it. Cite them, stop them, tell them we don't want them here, and put notices on the city entrances saying, we ask you to be quiet and work with the motorcycle gangs, motorcycle clubs to keep it that way. Have public seating on all trails. Seniors get tired. Parking for restaurant expansion is weak, damaging, and unenforceable. The Planning Commission has been giving away parking spaces and requirements for in lieu parking fees to the detriment of the city, to our fund, and parking places. The city does not really have an ordinance to deal with patio seating on private property. It needs to have one. And last, the trail system should be enhanced for access to Soul Park, even if the city doesn't take it over. I hope it does. Pickleball would be really good. Other recreation sports out there, bicycle park. I believe years ago I learned that the county owns about 30 or 300 acres, I'm not sure which, on the base of Black Mountain where it joins Soul Park. They got it because of a civil fine that somebody couldn't pay, so he gave them the property. That ought to be looked into. That's the best I can. Oh, and I also like the preliminary transport concept page. Just in general, I like that. That's the best I could do. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Bill. Sherry, did we have a second raised hand?
No, Ms. Wiseman just wants to listen.
All right, that sounds great. Then let's close this piece of the public comment. And Lucas, why don't you pick it up?
All right, thank you. And just for the record, Mr. Miley, I've gotten your comments, and those are being included in a comment email that I'm going to be sending to the consultant after this. I think your comments were 19 in total, I believe. So, yep, those were well received. Okay, so purpose and scope of what we're we're looking at this document as introducing the work product for the next step in the plan direction phase of the Ojai general plan update. We're looking at a preliminary land use and transportation concepts document. That's this 47-page document that we're looking at tonight. These would be considered as sketch ideas illustrated in the series of maps, and those are kind of the meat of what we're looking at here. And those are the slides 37 through 45. The land use concepts identify areas of potential change in the community, and the land use concepts also identify areas of stability and enhancement. Potential changes mean exactly what it means. Areas of stability and enhancement are identifying really kind of, I would say, focuses the residential areas where you're not looking at change there. You're looking at finding ways to enhance it potentially visually through streetscape concepts, and we'll go into that later, as well as stability. And that's just to further enhance that specific use or area. The preliminary land use and transportation concepts map will guide the preparation of land use and transportation alternatives. That's really kind of the next piece to this puzzle during the next step in the general plan update process. That step will also include preparation of policy alternatives for your parks, open space, resilience, and environmental justice components to this general plan update.
I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
Or a comment. There's a couple places where we only mention resilience. I don't even know what that is. I think it's a reference to climate mitigation and climate resilience, but I'm not sure. And I actually do want to ask a question. You know, how much discussion has staff been having with the consultants about incorporating climate change issues in here, because it's hardly mentioned at all. And the whole climate change was a huge, that rated very highly in terms of that community workshop that we had. But to reduce the a veiled reference of resilience to presumably climate change, climate mitigation and climate resilience is completely inadequate in my opinion. And how much, I mean, has staff really sat down and discussed the climate change and how it's going to be handled and start discussing policies with the consultant on this range? Because we're just not seeing it, frankly.
That's a point well taken. Has staff worked with the consultant on this document in terms of generating it from the ground up? Yes. We received a 47-page document. It wasn't that we helped kind of influence each page. Yeah. Took kind of a general cursory review at it and then have brought it forward here. So the climate change aspect or that you're mentioning, that can absolutely be a comment that we can take forward to them.
Okay, I just, you know, we're not having a climate change element to deal with it in a comprehensive manner. We're weaving it into to all the different elements, and the danger is that just gets dropped out of really talking about it or from the ground up. And I mean, it's super important. We've got especially when it comes to land use and transportation. I mean, this is where we generate our carbon emissions in the areas of buildings and the area of transportation. And so this is where these are the two big elements where we really need to be talking about this. And I am particularly offended that this veiled reference of resilience has been so minimized. I mean, the least we could do is put in climate change, climate mitigation, and resilience, climate resilience. Those words should be in these concepts. So I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself instead of
asking all good words to take back to the consultants. I agree with you. It's not covered here.
Commissioner Lottis, I'm considering that a global comment.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a comment that I'm hoping will be incorporated into whatever work we're doing on the general plan update at the foundation level, at the beginning, which is the concept level, which I think we're talking about here. So.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks.
So that's in 37 to 45 where the preliminary concepts are presented. You're saying there should be more discussion of climate mitigation and climate resilience.
The necessity for it, the fact that these two, the building structures in our community and transportation are the components of our carbon emissions. So use of fossil fuels, and we need to make that clear.
Okay.
Chair Quillisi,
Yes, ma'am.
may I comment?
Please.
First of all, I wanted to say that I agree with Commissioner Lottis, but I do have a question. As a commission, we have brought this topic up numerous times. And then I'm noticing, as Commissioner Lottis did, that it seems to be not addressed. So here's the question. Is this a directive from City Council, or why has it been excluded? And I'd like to know, because we keep repeating ourselves about this.
Sure.
And I don't want to just, be saying this blah, 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 blah. And then, in the ultimate results in the document, it's not included. And we've just been saying it for nothing. Is there a stand or a position from City Council and or staff combination that we need to hear or know about?
I think the simple answer is no.
Okay, so has it mostly been an oversight and it will be included?
Yes, oversight.
Okay. And I also wanted to say something, I know you go out into the public and there's controversy, if you say global warming or you say climate change. Personally, I don't get locked into what you call it, but you can't deny that it's getting hotter. You can't deny the drought cycle. You can't deny the fire cycle. There's certain things that are happening out there. And for us to not include that in this general plan, this document would be foolhardy. So I'm in agreement that we need to make sure it's included. And another thing with land use too is, land use has to do with not only, the built environment, how we're building, but also the lot coverage, because our soils are an area for carbon sequestration and to hold that as well. So all of that needs to be looked at with a whole systems approach and not just isolated. All the elements should have that woven through. Thank you, Kathy, for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And a note to Sherry or James Hahn, I'm not sure. I currently can see 6 boxes in my gallery view, which is off to the side of this shared screen. But there are still 2 other commissioners whose faces I can't see, whose raised hands I can't see.
Right.
So Sherry, if you can see everyone else and someone raises a hand to make a comment, please let me know. And to Commissioners Trent and Bennett, if you have something to say, just speak up right in the middle of it, because I can't see you to recognize you to speak.
I'll let you know. There's no hands raised at this time.
Okay, great. Lucas, press on.
All right. In terms of the overview of this document itself, we're looking at purpose and overview. Those are the slides that we just looked at, including this slide here. There's then precedence, and that is kind of what's informing the preliminary land use concepts and transportation concepts. That's slides 5 through 36, which we'll be diving into here in a moment. And then there are the preliminary land use concepts, the visuals, those are 37 through 40, and the transportation concepts, which are 41 through 45. And at the end, we'll go into next steps for this process. Any questions on that one?
Not here.
Okay. So in terms of precedence, the land use and transportation concepts map was created based on technical analysis and input from the community, from city staff, and from the Planning Commission. Specifically, the following key input was provided through some technical documents. Those include what is the draft Ojai Downtown and Neighborhoods plan that was developed in 2016, the Ojai Complete Streets Policy, the Active Transportations Program, which is the ATP, findings from online community, which includes those assets, issues, opportunities, and vision survey that was done really in 2020, October through December. And then there's, I think actually it started in November now, and I'm thinking about it, but findings from the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. That's the SWOT analysis that was done in 2021. There was then a community visioning workshop, which was done also in 2021, March. And then a vision and guiding principles that this commission saw in, I want to say, May or June of 2021, provided pretty heavy feedback on a 4-page document. And then those comments were forwarded to City Council, just as we're doing here with this concepts for the land use and transportation. And that document, as its final draft, is being used to inform this information within these concepts. And then guidance from the Planning Commission, that was through the SPL adjustments and general plan land uses. Now, if this commission will recall, those adjustments, for the most part, were removed or adjusted prior to City Council final determination for the housing element. And that was to make sure that we were in compliance with their hard date of October of 2021. And each of these are introduced in the slides below. Any questions on these documents? I think it's important for this commission and anyone that's listening at home to realize that there's a lot of information that has been used to inform this. I will note that the omission of the climate change resilience, I think resilience is kind of a general term. I think it's important probably to include that as a more granular idea and concept moving forward. I think climate change is probably the piece that will come out of that, as well as some of the other components that Vice Chair Nolan and Commissioner Latta had noted earlier.
Well, it should also be part of the findings from the community visioning workshop, from the vision and guiding principles that we went through before the City Council adopted, and also guidance from the Planning Commission. So all of those should be there.
Right.
As a global comment, and we're going to hit some maps here in a minute. I am concerned that we're going to wind up with a lot of people eventually making comments on individual parcels. I don't know the limits of our ability to deal with those sorts of things. We can make recommendations, obviously, to the City Council on rezoning or changing the definition of zones or whatever. But I'm not sure that we're in a position right now, if we look at either the city land use map or the city zoning map, that we know for sure which parcels fall into which land use or which zone. We've talked about this before. Both maps are quite old, more than 10 years now. And I'm wondering if that's going to cause us problems, because we don't really know for sure what zone a particular parcel is in, and thus what land use is appropriate to that parcel. If we start getting comments on parcels, maybe you could have someone take a quick look at those two maps and see what changes might have occurred since the maps were created. I'm not looking for a detailed examination of the 3,500 parcels or whatever there are in town, but just a general look at it, so that if we start getting comments about specific parcels, and I'm thinking about that one block of North Montgomery, I think at least we know what that is, but there may be others that come up, to give us a general idea of, I want to pick my words carefully here, give us a general idea of how reliable those two maps are right now.
A fair point. Just so this commission and I would say the community watching at home are aware, the community development department is reviewing both the zoning map and the general plan land use map for consistency. We've been doing that for the last, I'd say, 9 to 12 months. There's a lot to unpack with those. We are finding some inconsistencies, but I don't want to get into the detail of what those are. That's not the premise of this concept review, but just know that that is being done so that we have a map that can inform this community.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that we get into that level of detail either, unless we get comments back from the public about specific parcels. Then we need to know the ground truth in those cases.
Yep, ground truthing, and I agree with that.
Okay.
Chair Quillisi, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I hope it's okay that I noticed, I'm not sure if you can see me, so I'm speaking out. I hope that's okay.
You're one of the ones I can see. It's
okay.
Commissioners Bennett and Trent that I cannot see right now.
Okay. So I just had a quick question. So the first bullet point, the draft Ojai downtown and neighborhoods plan, that hasn't been adopted, has it?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope.
So would it then be adopted and then possibly updated to, or is it just being used as a reference and that's okay too? Or does it have to be adopted to be used in the general plan? It's kind of a technical.
It would need to be need to be included. So just being a draft, it helps to inform, but
right,
because it hasn't been adopted by City Council,
mm-hmm.
And may never be, but pieces of it may wind up in the update and then be adopted by City Council.
Right.
So it's worth looking at, but it doesn't have any legal standing at the moment, as I understand it.
That's what I thought. And I was just curious, it's kind of more of a technical question. Does it have to be adopted to be included, even though, down the road, or like you said, maybe it's just a reference and they can pick and choose what they want from it and use it as a reference. Okay. Yeah.
I think that also these references to precedents are all in blue and underlined. One might tend to think that those are links to a document, one place or another. But they aren't. Oh,
there you go. Yeah.
What it is it's a link to the next slide.
Okay.
Okay.
Addresses it. Yeah.
Got it. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Draft. So moving on to the draft downtown and neighborhood plan. This encompasses the character areas, vision, and level of change in this draft plan, or a starting point for developing the land use concepts map.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Can I just ask one follow-up question?
Sure, go ahead.
I was just thinking about what goes into an appendix, and I assume we will be having an appendix. So do documents such as the ones that we just looked at, do they deserve inclusion in an appendix, or do we only put, because they'd be reference material, or do we only put official documents in an appendix? I'm not really sure, but I don't know.
I think in a legal document like the general plan, there can be the statement that this referenced document is incorporated herein by reference. It doesn't have to be printed and stuck to the back like an appendix.
Right, but I was just wondering if we are going to be at some point talking about an appendix to the general plan, if these are the kinds of things that would be included.
I think that's a good question for the consultant.
Okay.
I think it can go either way. I've seen general plans work in either direction. If there's a critical document or policy document that's out there that helps to inform certain elements, then you could see those either as an appendix item or even referenced or even folded into that specific element.
Okay.
Yeah, if these are incorporated in whole, we've got 9 appendices right here.
Right.
So
well, not the draft Ojai downtown and neighborhoods plan that hasn't been adopted. So we're using it to form the concepts, but it's not something that stands on its own. So I think it was done by Sergeant Planning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, would we, at some point, will we discuss whether it should be appropriate to include all of that, or?
We're getting into the, Commissioner Alatas, I sense that you're wondering if at some point we're going to be getting into when we see these elements as like a draft down the road. Will there be appendix that'll help to inform the document itself? And I think that's a true question when that document comes up. Putting it in writing now and making the consultant aware of that now, I think helps to guide the and that's true for any of these comments we're making today, that the commission's making or even the community's making. That'll help to inform each of these elements as they move forward.
I think it's probably something that all the commissioners really need to see the details of these things. I know Commissioner Lottis, Commissioner Nolan and I are fairly familiar with the Complete Streets Master Plan. The rest of them, though, we probably all need to read semi-detailed synopses, let's say, so that at the point where these may or may not be appendices, but the key ideas from each that we agree ought to be in the updated elements as such, at least we will have read through them and we can decide for ourselves which key ideas need to be included in the updated elements. So yeah. if there are, I know, for example, the Complete Streets Policy and Master Plan, those are real documents. The ATP grant project is a real document. It's full of drawings that we don't want to look at, but it ought to have some sort of synopsis of ideas that we would want to look at and decide for ourselves which of those should be in the updated elements. The others, it looks to me like, are probably notes that someone, well, the vision and guiding principles, we've been through that, but the guidance from the Planning Commission, the visioning workshop, and the SWOT analysis sounds like, and the one just above that, findings from the online community, ought to be notes that someone has taken that we ought to be able to take a look at and see what we think should be pulled from that and included in the updates. So I don't know how we work that out, but I enjoy seeing this. I appreciate the précis for each of these things that's in the following pages of this PowerPoint chart document. But I think we need to see the next level of detail as commissioners to decide what really needs to go in the update.
Yeah. Agreed.
Same here.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just taking notes here.
Sure. That's what we're all about tonight.
Absolutely. All right. Moving on. Draft downtown and neighborhood plan. Wait. We started talking about these and then we went back. Okay. The purpose of the draft plan will guide future design and interventions in character areas, quote unquote, throughout the city. See the map on the next slide. So we've got a map on the next slide. The plan's analysis of each character area focused on three things: land use character, building, which is lot scale, and then the public realm. The plan also describes a vision and a proposed level of change for each character area. And here we've got 6 character areas kind of highlighted in different colors.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I just
Ah,
had a
yes,
quick
Commissioner
question on
Grant.
this. Do we currently have character areas in the city, like as part of our general plan?
No.
Okay, so this is a new concept for Ojai.
Yes. Well, what it's doing is it's putting land uses within I would say a certain box.
Yeah, it's like a character, like, I don't know if you remember, but we had a gentleman, Sean McDermott, came on, I think on the 29th in our last meeting.
Right.
Yeah, and he mentioned that we should call these character areas. We were referencing things as village mixed use, and he was mentioning that we shouldn't call things zones because you can have multiple zones inside a character area. Character areas are just kind of labels for the overall general area, and like this guides the vision for the zoning, but you can have multiple zones inside the character area. But with that, there's a question: if we have this label here called village mixed use, should we call it something else? I mean, it seems it's the only one that is actually a zone, the VMU, and it just doesn't align with all the other labels.
Maybe something like live work,
Something that's just not a zone.
live business.
It just creates confusion.
I just had a comment. I wanted to say that if you go back to that draft Ojai downtown and neighborhood plan, I was a planning commissioner then and was part of that process and worked with the consultant, shared a lot of our information that we had gathered from Complete Streets, also participated. They had public workshops for that document. They ended up producing the document at the end, but they got feedback from the public, from the community. That's where these characters are kind of defined. So, in the end, like Turquoise said, maybe once we have a little more information, like the second round on the general plan, we may want to go back, and have read these additional documents, and maybe we make a recommendation that maybe it needs to get updated or not, but that the city council adopted or certain portions of it.
Yeah.
Tonight was an overview, but I just wanted to say that some really good work was done there.
Yeah, and I like the names. I think they make sense.
Yeah.
Just the village mixed use kind of stood out. Like, well, that shouldn't be necessarily a character area.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm also concerned with the accuracy of this map. As it was placed on an 8.5 by 11 sheet, it's hard to read.
Right.
Even on a big screen, it's somewhat hard to read. The lettering
should be bold. Yeah, bolder, darker. All the
hard
text
to pull out.
Yeah.
But in addition, I would contend that things like light industrial, that sort of bluish, purplish rectangle there, doesn't accurately depict the area. So I think we need to work on that. For example, at the lower left corner of that rectangle, you see a street coming out of Persimmon Hill. That's all residential. Right. But this is colored in as though it's light industrial.
Right.
So I think the consultants need to look at that a little more closely and make sure that while character areas, I think, are a nice, maybe that's a level on top of the land use categories. We still need to make sure that it's accurate. And I would not want to see this map, for example, in an updated general plan.
Agreed.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think the term light industrial could be changed. I think, considering there's lots of thought around what's going to happen in the Bryant Street area, it might not necessarily be light industrial. So I think that's another label change.
No, that's kind of a wish label.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for an overall character map. So maybe those two, village mixed use, light industrial, need to be relooked at, reexamined.
Okay. Any other comments on this page 8? All right.
Hold on 1 second. Moving on. Those are good comments. Okay, so complete streets policy. The complete streets policy was adopted by the Ojai City Council in 2012. The policy was adopted in recognition of Ojai's unique and appealing small town quality of life, with an eye towards careful coordination of land use and circulation planning. The purpose of the policy document was to clearly establish the complete streets concept as the official policy of the city, to provide policy direction to incorporate complete streets policies and principles in the review of proposals for private and public projects, and also to lay foundation for further development of the complete streets concept, including implementing the complete streets master plan and informing the circulation element update of the general plan.
Have all the commissioners seen that? I think it's probably on the city website somewhere. Both the policy and the master plan.
The master plan is listed under the document section that you can easily access. For some reason, unless it's changed really recently, the policy is not.
Okay, might you check into that?
It may have changed.
And
I could be wrong.
They are both on the website, but
Oh, they are now? Okay, good.
Good.
For a while, it wasn't. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you, Sherry.
I think looking into those one level down at least is probably homework for all of us commissioners.
Yes, agreed. You know, I don't know how difficult it might be, but a link to the documents, maybe they could be put in the section on the general plan update, or there is something on the general plan update on the city website. It would be nice to just easily find those documents.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Putting a bunch of links into the general plan update is certainly going to keep it much more readable, I think.
For everybody.
Yes.
Us
right.
And interested people.
Excellent. Lucas? Oh, still taking notes. Excellent.
Sorry.
Glad to see it.
For being heard.
All right. I mean, some of these are, these are good. These are good. All these comments are good, but in terms of a global, these global comments are good, because they're not only informing what we're talking about today, but they're providing, I think, critical direction as we move forward. Okay. Complete Streets Master Plan. This was adopted in 2017. It's part of a concept update to the city of Ojai's bicycle and pedestrian master plan that was adopted in 1999, with the addition of the complete streets language and that philosophy. You can see that document's front page on the right-hand side of this slide. The master plan provides overall guidelines and recommendations for attaining the goals and listed within the complete streets policy and other related documents. The master plan analyzes the overall connectivity and coverage of the circulation network. We've actually got a map on the next page. Any questions on this page?
Not here. Anyone?
I have this is just a general question on and maybe, I just need to go back and read the master plan around transportation, but do we have anything in there that mentions parking or parking management or something in regards to just our overall parking and where it's located?
Kathy Nolan, I don't recall a large discussion of parking in the master plan. Do you?
No, we didn't. As a matter of fact, when we worked on the master plan, we could have gone more into depth, but we had limited resources. So it's
basically all of us volunteers.
Yeah, we volunteered, and then at the end, the city did find a little bit of extra funding and hired a Nelson Nygaard consulting firm that actually put it all together. But for years, the Complete Streets Committee did this, as well as the policy, which, like, I was on the commission at that time as well, so I got to be part of putting that document together. But I wish we did, Commissioner Trent, and I know we need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see a lot of stuff around bikes, which is great. I just didn't see anything related to parking or park and ride or, you know.
Yeah, I think, you know, I have to, we can look at it again, and I mean, I need to refresh my memory as well. There's additional maps and language in there, and it's probably referenced as well as in the policy. I'm sure it probably is referenced, but as far as the level of detail, probably the answer is no.
Yeah, the Complete Streets strategies or policies were more focused on moving
Yes.
automobiles, pedestrians, and bicycles efficiently throughout the city,
Right.
rather than where to put the cars when they're not moving.
So there could be more work done.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was one of the points that Bill Miley made in the
Yeah.
email that he sent us all,
Right.
is that we need some work on parking policy.
Right. I will volunteer and say that the Complete Streets Committee, Commissioner Closey, you will remember this. We actually went out and, you know, walked the streets, gathered data, and we gave it to the Public Works Department. And we did point out we did do parking where parking could go, where we need parking for vehicle and bicycles over the years. In addition, the Complete Streets Committee walked the streets even earlier. That would have been like 2010, maybe up through 2012. But we gathered data on the streets and used the walkability index sheets. But not only did we include walkability, we did check for vehicle mileage, we clocked speeds, we measured street widths. So the city does have that information. So not to get off track, but I just wanted to say that information is available, and it was actually put together and compiled and rated.
Should be in Public Works files somewhere.
Actually, I believe Sherry might, I remember Sherry loading those walkability index sheets. I believe I have, she may even have the hard copies, but I think I have a PDF of it.
Yeah.
Not to get off track, but just saying there's a resource there and a lot of work was done if and when needed. Hopefully so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for asking, John.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to this. We've got a map here. So this is the proposed bike route network. You can see the existing low stress route that's in red. There's a dotted kind of dashed line that's in red as well. That's the proposed low stress route. Some of those diamonds that you're seeing there and certain colors, elementary schools, junior high school, the high school itself, and then K through 12 identified on this map and sprinkled throughout. Now, what you'll notice on this, maybe it's a comment that I'm actually thinking about right now, is I don't see the boundaries of the city here, which I think would be an important piece to help.
The city, yeah, the city limits and the what do they call it? Sphere of influence.
Right.
Limits.
Yep.
And I remember this is something that we talked about in the Complete Streets Committee.
Mm-hmm.
Those potential low stress routes, looks like one of them kind of bounds the one on the left kind of bounds the meadows. The one on the right cuts right across the golf course and across the creek. And I'm not sure, that was another point brought up by Mr. Miley's email. I don't know how that would even be implemented.
Which one? Wait, which one were you talking about? I'm sorry, I was typing.
The one on the right-hand side goes from what is currently the end of the trail and goes directly to Soul Park. Soul Park is on the other side of San Antonio Creek, for starters.
Right.
And the golf course is in the way, in the middle there. So this is a concept that was brought forward as possibilities and wish list sort of combination by the committee. But it shouldn't be taken as a, well, I
It
guess
says
it was
proposed.
Approved by the city council.
Right.
So it's part of their wish list too. But we need to be careful how much we say ought to be done if it's physically impossible.
Chair Pelosi?
Yes, ma'am.
Number one, it does say proposed, but I also wanted to mention that after the master plan was adopted, the Complete Streets Committee, along with representatives from the Public Works Department, actually met with the owners of Soul Park Golf Course. And they were, very interested in making that connection. Not that it's going to happen, I'm just going to say that we took it to the next step and, looked at, is the feasibility of, could this happen? And there was interest. And once
Walking
again,
and bike path across the golf course.
yeah, and this is just very rudimentary, showing where the location is. But if you walk back there, you can actually see where you could make a connection. And then there's a possibility that it could go through the golf course with a bridge or something. Funding was available, but once again, it's proposed. We're not. Ideally, it would be great, and there would be a destination at the end of the bike trail. And then for the connections.
It's how you get to pickleball courts, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Sure.
Let's put all the connections together here. Yeah. So if the city decided they won't, ended up acquiring Soul Park, it would be, a great way to cut down on vehicle use and allow alternate modes of transportation to get to the park. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You could go to the restaurant too, if you wanted to.
I mean, to Vice Chair Nolan's point, and I would also say to further kind of Quillis's comment in regards to that kind of slashed line that is looking to create kind of a bridge between that gap, doesn't mean that it would be within that area. It's just saying figuring out a solution to creating the connection. It may not necessarily be through the golf course, although that is certainly something that the managers for the golf course are interested in and have shown interest. I just don't know what that would end up looking like at the end of the day, but certainly there's been interest in that and finding that solution.
Of course.
As a part of identifying that there as well.
The crossing of San Antonio Creek, though, is kind of a given, and that's going to involve some construction.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, within that, if this is something that the community is embracing, and I think that they've already partially done that through policy that have been adopted by City Council, looking at that and figuring out how that gets funded through the adoption of the general plan update, if this ends up being something that sticks, is certainly within the policy and implementation program moving forward and figuring that out. Right. And that's just one of those things where we look at it from a step-by-step process. So, but I think this is a good map to start with. I think the boundaries are important. Is there anything else that the commission is seeing that's kind of glaring? I will admit it's showing existing bike facility for Grand, and I think it's not existing. Is it proposed?
Lucas, basically there are, actually that was one of the first projects of the Complete Street Committee before I got on it in 2010. They actually had sharrows installed in signage, and that is what they're calling an existing bike facility because it's marked with signage, and sharrows are on the road.
Yeah,
it actually needs more, and we wish, hopefully down the road at some point there will be more than that. But for now, yes, that is existing. And I also wanted to mention too, as far as you're right that the city limits aren't shown or the sphere of influence, but basically you'll notice where the trails stop. They pretty much, or the markings, the indicators, pretty much stop right about or make the connection at the end of the sphere of influence.
Okay.
But technically, yeah, you could for sure add that.
Yeah, that solid yellow line there is actually all outside the city limits.
But it goes all the way
it's-
through the
it's a
city
connection.
also to signal.
Right.
Then it becomes alternating red and yellow, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's a good idea to put the city limits in the SOI on this map.
All right. Moving on. Active Transportation Program, or ATP project. The ATP project includes Maricopa Highway, which is SR 33, and Ojai Avenue, SR 150, from El Roblar Drive on the west through the Y to Gridley Road on the east end. The project, this project began in 2016. This concept design includes the following preliminary or primary features on Ojai Avenue, Maricopa Highway. We're talking about, and there'll be a map on the next page. We're talking about an improvement to the safe routes to school, pedestrian improvements, improved pedestrian bike safety and traffic calming. And then there's bike or making bike improvements by adding separated buffering and buffered bike lanes on Maricopa Highway and Ojai Ave. And then adding sidewalk infill between the Y to Topa Topa Drive on the south side and from Shady Lane all the way out to the eastern edge, which is Ridley Road. And then there's also the, which includes planting trees to provide shaded sidewalks and to kind of create an attractive street corridor or streetscape, if you will. As we all know, a demonstration project was installed between December 7th and December 12th, 2020. The ATP project focus area informed the transportation concepts. We know that's evolved over time since 2020 as well. Any questions on this slide or comments, or if you're seeing misinformation, let me know as well.
I have a comment.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that the Complete Streets Master Plan is very conceptual. And because that document, well, it wasn't even completed, we were about halfway done with it, but because we had that document, when the opportunity came to apply for this ATP project, we shared the document halfway done. But because we had that and we had identified potential projects, the ATP was, they were able to get this grant. So in other words, you could identify a project within the master plan, then you could detail it, you know, if you can get funding, then you can actually detail it out and implement it. So I just wanted to say that the master plan was more generic, conceptual, and then the ATP was taken from that Complete Streets Master Plan. And
would it be safe to say that the Complete Streets Master Plan was used to inform and to further the ATP that we're seeing moving forward today?
Yeah, I think it provided a lot of the vision and guiding principles for ATP, for sure.
Yeah,
Right.
Provided the groundwork because we had the document. They also, you know, I remember the comments that the Public Works Department got was, oh, great, you already have a policy in place. You have a Complete Streets active committee, and you also have a Complete Streets Master Plan, although not completed, you're doing it and you've identified, you know, this project that you're hoping to get funding for. So the foundation, they're foundation documents, I would say, for future projects or improvements.
All right, moving on to the map. So here we've got Man, you really can't see the colors. Maybe I should have them blow up those colors a little bit more than what we're seeing here right now.
Yeah, this map is hard to.
The
hard-
maps in general are hard to read.
Yeah,
So maybe a global comment for all the maps is 11 by 17 as a minimum.
Good
I think
idea.
right now.
That would be good. Make them fold outs. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think, and it's got a problem with color, in particular when we get into things like the character areas, the orange and the pink and they're all too close in color. I think they've got to do a better job.
It's a problem that map makers always face. If you use pastels, it's hard to keep them separate. If you use gem tones, then you tend to wipe out whatever was on the original map under that color. So
Yeah, the transparency.
it takes a lot of work to find the right combination of colors for sure.
Yeah, I think at least for this one, maybe even breaking it down in terms of sheet 2, highlighting that area, sheet 3, highlighting that area as its own individual map. I think we all know where ATP is going right now. So that's not new information. I think this community is well informed about ATP. I think breaking it down in terms of the 1, 2, 3, 4 different sheets, I think would be helpful as well here. It's just too small.
I do want to compliment you and the consultant on having numbers on the map and a key with numbers that accompanied the map. That's something we'll come to it here shortly, but that's missing elsewhere in this document.
Okay. That's a point well taken. All right. Moving on, assets, issues, opportunities, and vision survey. The online community vision and opportunity survey and issues and assets mapping survey elicited community feedback on assets to preserve and issues to address in the general plan update. The surveys were open from early October, and I want to say they're actually probably late September through mid to late December. I think we went clear through Christmas and the holiday season in 2020. And then there were findings of the surveys, which helped lay the foundation for the March 2021 community workshop, which I think I saw a majority of the commissioners at that. And then the general plans, vision, and guiding principles, which this commission provided, I think, critical feedback on that document. Then there's key related survey findings to the land use and transportation concepts, and they're summarized in the slides to follow. So I think here it's providing the framework for slides to come.
Yep.
Assets, issues, opportunities, and vision surveys. There's the land use topics. Issues include enhancing the downtown. Issues also include unattractive areas, which is a slightly unusual statement. I think Chair Quillisi, I think you had noted that, which I have as one of the comments as well.
Yeah, I do too.
Challenges include improving housing affordability, as well as reconciling development pressures with community character. And then anticipated changes, diversified economy, expanded housing supply. And then here is a reference to climate, but it's referred to as climate resilience. That could be where that specifically is further expanded on, to Nolan and Lattice's point earlier.
and I just don't think we should forget mitigation, because that's how we take steps to reduce our own local contribution or use of fossil fuels. And there are definitely lots of things we can do. And I hope we can, I don't know, somehow find input on that kind of thing. I mean, even I just was hearing recently there's issues with concrete. Concrete is a huge consumer of fossil fuels, I think, and it's making, and we can do it, you know, how we can do with less concrete. I'll use alternative forms of paving. So we just need, I'm hoping the consultants will really reach out to gather the input from, you know, an expertise on these ideas that we really need to, that are feasible. I mean, things we can do and that can inform our policies. So
a quick question or quick point.
Sure.
I like the climate mitigation piece, but I want to also, instead of just focusing on fossil fuel, look at like fire mitigation, clearing brush, you know, also water mitigation strategies that we can use as a city, storm drain, you know, how we handle our storm water, you know, the collection of groundwater, refilling our ground source of water. So I think, you know, I think we need to bring in that piece too, instead of just, you know, fossil fuels.
Well, and fuel management as a general topic is certainly a part of that resilience.
yes.
Well,
Commissioner Bennett?
yes, it's interesting, the resilience issue. Certainly part of the climate resilience is diminishing the generators of climate change, but I don't see any place in here where we've got municipal or state or federal capital expenditure for bridges, spillways, drainage. And when you talk about a community's resilience, you know, obviously, for instance, Montecito's resilience to mudslides was, you know, not good, and people died as a result of that. So the word resilience is not a clever way of talking about climate in some other way, because the source of the issue may be something other. It could be seismic. You know, how the concept of municipal resilience has grown in popularity as a term, but the issue can be seismic, and I don't know, you know, I don't know how we do with bridges. I don't know how we're doing with sluices for bringing mud and water and rocks down from the mountains, and all of that is got to be part of the planning process. We need to identify those capital projects that are required to keep us resilient going into the.
I drove up to Santa Barbara and back today, and I noticed that as we went through Montecito, among the things they were doing was raising the road bed of Highway 101 so that you wouldn't find the same blockages if there's lots of trees coming down the creeks after an intense rainstorm. So, Commissioner Nolan.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, I agree with the mitigation. Those are measures that you put in place to, you know, bolster the community, whether, you know, it has to do with building or dams or raising a bridge. So you're preparing in advance. The resilience is is the bounce back after something happens. So they're different. Okay. It's like, how do you bounce back? Like, what measures do you do to, you know, to get back to so-called normal?
Yeah, I would agree. And fuel management, for example, would be a part of mitigation, not resilience necessarily.
Well, it could be both.
Yeah. But a community is more resilient. For instance, New Orleans, if its levees had been higher, would have been more resilient. That
almost need both. No, I've lost my train of thought. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I had something to say, but no,
Welcome to our world.
Yeah. Thank you. Welcome. Well, anyway, maybe I'll remember and I'll bring it back. But I just did have a question about something that you brought up earlier on this same slide. And I know Tranquility, apparently you've noticed it too. When it said unattractive areas under land use topics issues, was there criteria for people to look at it? Was it just random, just, say what you want and people made comments about
I think
it?
that must be anecdotal material.
It came out of the Visions survey that was from 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there was a question about note unattractive areas. I remember seeing that when I went to the survey in 2020.
Okay, so it could have been anything like a dilapidated building. It could have been weeds. It could have been, who knows?
Yep, it could have been literally anything under the sun.
Yeah, okay, so that's kind of out there.
Yep.
Okay.
Any other questions before I move forward?
Nope, that next page is the unattractive areas. And
Oh yeah, I knew there was a map.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
what
wondering if it was mostly abandoned properties or something, or vacant.
but we don't
properties.
know.
I don't think so. 46, well, first of all, there's no keys, so we don't
There's no
know.
key.
Second,
Yeah.
there's one of those identified unattractive areas that's not only outside the city limits, but outside the sphere of influence, that one over in Miners Oaks.
Right.
But for example, number 46, you can see there, that is that converted gas station that is now a yoga center.
Oh yeah.
Not clear why anybody would find that unattractive. It certainly looks better than when it was an abandoned gas station.
Maybe they didn't like the overall aesthetic of all the cactus and gravel. That's why we don't know what the criteria was.
Right. And we don't know exactly where these things are. I mean, the items they look to be reasonably precisely located. But number one, for example, is probably those lots at Grand Avenue and Signal that are owned by the city but undeveloped.
Right. So it's kind of hard to comment because we don't know.
Right. Don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, we don't have more specific information.
Yeah, I've got a comment in here that says to include either cross streets or specific addresses for each of these unattractive.
Yeah. And define
if there are notes about how they were unattractive,
right.
That would help us sort which ones we think need to be included.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if this is just based on personal opinion without criteria, I'm just
not sure.
That's going to eliminate a lot of it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if this is worthwhile keeping, but I'll keep an open mind. Just would like to know more about it.
Oh,
we don't have enough data really here to make good judgments on whether this ought to be in the update or not.
Right.
Tranquility?
Yes, ma'am.
I remembered a couple of the things that I had lost a couple minutes ago. And it was just in regards to like climate resilience and mitigation. But, we talked about building and what have you. I mean, the Cal Green standards for the state of California, if you take a look at that, there's a lot of, green building and mitigation as far as, the type of concrete you use. Like concrete actually releases carbon into the atmosphere and you put fly ash in it and that'll reduce that. And in addition to many other things. But that's, that's a resource. Also, like in the state mandate, the MWELO landscape standards, it's about soil building, capturing water, keeping it on site. There's also all the stormwater regulations that are in existence, in the county and the state that actually capture a lot of that. But maybe it kind of brought me back to if there was a climate element, which I don't believe they're going to be doing, but if there was, somehow you could reference all these documents, or maybe they become a part of the appendix system. So there's a reference to a lot of this.
Or at least incorporated by reference in the document. As
right. And some of these things the city is already doing, there's state mandates and And some of them are you know, like a Cal Green project.
And Wheelo's in the code, so.
And Wheelo's in the code, exactly, and all this, the stormwater, et cetera. And then there's a lot of things that kind of fall under public works or even in the building code.
Yep.
Yeah. But somehow maybe referencing and kind of bringing it all together, like where can you find these things and how do they interrelate? Because they actually do, even though they're coming from separate departments and in separate documents, but they do, there's crossover.
And Lucas, I don't know if this would help, but like the county of Ventura, their general plan, they have a whole section for climate change.
I know.
Yeah, so I don't know if it would be appropriate for ours to have a section for just climate change.
I think we mentioned that actually when we first started this process. I know I kind of did some of the workshops with the county with the general plan and reviewed a lot of the elements. And I agree that that could be a good way to go, is to have a separate one, but at the same time, even weave it into the other elements.
Yeah, in terms of it having its own element, for this general plan update, it won't. But that's not to say that some of the policy that can be woven into each of these elements could be included, and potentially several policy.
I bet it'll be an environmental justice somewhere.
Well, environmental justice is being sprinkled throughout each of these elements as well as a requirement for state law.
Oh, that's not a separate element then?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It'll be interwoven through policy and discussion within each of those elements.
Steve?
Yes, sir.
Steve, I had a comment just real quick here on this asset and issue and opportunities. You know, I think something like this, so because it's so broad ranging, I think as you guys review this, you need to talk about what should the, you know, again, you guys are discussing policies moving forward. That should be part of your discussion is, you know, I've been here 30 years and all of these lots that are identified down on Main Street have been vacant for 30 years. So what's our policy going to be moving forward on vacancies of that nature? You know, I would think that's where you guys would do your dive, would be, you know, writing the goals and you know, how do we put the carrot before we put the stick to them? You know, what should be city policies in regards to helping homeowners develop their sites? Or that's what when I look at that, enhancing downtown and unattractive areas, I think of what your responsibility would be on that. That's just my thoughts.
Yeah, and we need to be all of one mind as to what constitutes downtown. If it's the TCO and all of the C1 zoned areas, that's a lot larger than, you know, 4 blocks between
that's part
Blanche
of your
and Montgomery.
Yeah, that's part of your dive.
Yeah,
for you guys to clarify what
we
you
certainly need to be looking at that. One of the things that we did get into the vision and guiding principles, and the city council agreed with us in approving it, was more flexible zoning along Ojai Avenue and the C1 district. And we need to circle back around to that at some point because it reverberates into housing and parking and lots of things.
Well, I think if I can, Councilman Haney brings up a good point, and that is it could be that this unattractive areas is really identifying the fact that we have all of these open lots, some of them with buildings on them, some of them not with buildings on them, some of them with sort of industrial waste on them of one sort or another. No. And it's unattractive, and I know that's come up before, and the question is what is the plan to make those lots developed into something that augments the economy and is contributory to the general well-being and attractiveness of the city.
Yeah, and like the search to make headway on the RENA numbers, what are the limits of the city's power to influence those things. Because the city's not going to condemn lots for being unattractive and take them over and finance some sort of development. The city doesn't have the money for it. All of the eminent domain or whatever questions aside, the city can't afford to do development. It can encourage it. It can invite development. It can make rules more flexible. And all of those kinds of things, I think, ought to be parts of what we talk about in land use. We all, I think, have very similar goals in terms of improving the unimproved land that's around, whether it's abandoned or vacant. But there is a limit to how much the city can do, and we ought to try to take that right to the limit, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Any
right.
more comments on 15 or 16? Well, let's move on then, Lucas.
All right. So here now we've got the transportation topics. Once again, it's issues, challenges, anticipated changes. These are slightly different because it's transportation topics. Issues speak to poor conditions for walking or biking, traffic congestion. Challenges include transport connectivity and options. Anticipated changes speak to kind of 4-point safety crossing, safety, and I'm assuming safety crossing along Ojai Avenue, safety options for bicycle and pedestrians, access to the downtown trails, parks, and schools. That's kind of an interconnection, if you will. And then support for electric vehicles.
Yeah, most of those crossings are certainly Ojai Avenue, but the city council last night was talking about one or more pedestrian crossings on Grand Avenue. So there's a lot that could be done here. And the poor conditions for walking or biking, at least the walking part, a lot of that could fall under the sidewalk infill that the Complete Streets Committee looked at in surveying a lot of blocks.
Right.
I know there was a lot of talk last night at City Council about Drown Avenue and the different conditions in different places along that street. And I know as one who walks it a lot, there are some pretty deplorable conditions along there, fixing of which would make for great conditions for walking or biking. So I think that the topic at the level it's presented here is certainly appropriate, but we're going to need to see more than that before we get down to a finished product, for sure.
Fair enough.
Oh, sorry. Chair Quillisi?
Yes, please go ahead.
I was also going to mention, in the Complete Streets Master Plan, we just looked at one map, but a lot of these items were addressed in there. A lot of them are addressed in the ATP, especially, if we're referring to Ojai Avenue, but we did identify some of this on the master plan document. And as you mentioned, the sidewalk infill, where we collected data over the last, well, it was a couple of years ago now, but
right,
that
more
information
like
has been gathered on quite a few streets. We actually use the capital improvement maps and this capital improvement cycle as our for our direction as we prioritize the areas. So in other words, if the Public Works Department in a certain year was going to pave certain streets, ahead of time we went out, looked at sidewalk infill, also made additional notes if we saw them. Anything that had to do with transportation, walking, biking, or vehicle use. And so that information is available.
Right.
Yeah.
And the Public Works folks, and I'm sure this is because of the direction they've been given, they tend to concentrate on repaving streets that in many cases badly need repaving And the thought of curbs and gutters and sidewalks, which by last night's discussion at City Council seemed to be more expensive than paving the streets foot by foot, tend to be postponed just for budget reasons. But those topics ought to be brought forward as things that we all know need to be done if we're talking about updating the general plan. And here again on page 18, oh, we haven't hit 18 yet, but that's same comments. We need a key so we understand what this stuff is.
Right, right.
Can we move on to the map?
The last bullet on that page 17, support for electric vehicles. I'm interested what the next layer of detail there is. Are we talking about the city using general fund money to put chargers in that are then free for everyone to use? Or are we talking about metered chargers? Or that's a pretty broad support for electric vehicles. Nobody's prohibited from buying them right now. It's market forces and placement of chargers that tends to kind of limit that. But do you know what the consultant had in mind there?
Yeah, I mean, it is a general statement. I think it's probably hitting on state requirements in terms of new development, but also recognizing that could end up being a policy provided within the transportation portion or circulation element as it addresses support for electric vehicles moving forward. So I think you could definitely see that folded in. It's more of a broad statement, and I think it's on purpose in terms of how it's written, in terms of support for electric vehicles. That almost sounds like it's the start of a specific policy or even a goal.
I don't know. Support's kind of broad. If we're talking about the city encouraging use of, that's one thing. If we're talking about the city providing funding to subsidize the use of, that's a very different topic. So I think we need some more clarity there.
Right.
Well, that's part of the policy discussion, isn't it? I mean, we're going to have draft policies, but then we have something to react to and really have a pretty, in some cases, I'm sure with certain policies have a vivid debate or discussion.
Yeah, so I don't want to get too far ahead. I don't want to show you the middle of the book before we start kind of on chapter 2 or 3, right? But we are working on that internally right now, just so you know.
All right.
We'll be seeing those documents as well as council. So let me put something down here. All right, let's go to the map, and then while I write down this comment. And then here we're highlighting poor conditions for walking or biking identified by the residents. And I think if I recall correctly, this is a part of the survey that was done in 2020. So here they were actually, I think, providing pins, like what you were seeing on the previous one, showing poor conditions for walking or biking. So residents of our community have identified specific areas that they've either walked or areas that they've observed or somebody they've talked to in conversation, and identifying those areas where there may be critical areas that are missing walking or biking paths to get from point A to point B.
Quick question.
Sure.
Just looking at the map, what kind of influence do we have in the sphere of influence that's outside of the city? For example, like 67, 75, I mean, those aren't within the city boundary, but it says it's within the sphere of influence. So
71's even outside the SOI. So
yeah, so I guess my question is, what can we do within this sphere of influence?
That's a great question. So the sphere of influence is where those areas that we could potentially annex into the city in the future. Obviously, there's a lot of effort that goes into that. It's not just as simple as saying the city is interested in annexing. There's the county and LAFCO that gets involved in that process. In terms of influencing, like for instance, 75, assuming that there is a missing connection piece for a bike path or walking, I'm not sure which one it is there, because that's just north of the 5 points.
There's certainly no sidewalks in that area.
Yeah, there isn't. I mean, in terms of going northwest from there, we have influence regarding 75. The area of interest is still an area that we have influence, but it's not as pronounced as what we have within the sphere of influence, or the SOI. That is identifying very clearly that the cities has the potential intent of potentially annexing if they choose, but there's still, like I said before, a process that we would have to go through.
Interesting.
And question on the annexation, if there was interest by the city to annex, would that be part of the general plan?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so
because we would have to remeasure or redraw our maps, and that would then end up going through the LAFCO process.
Sure. I had not heard the sphere of influence defined that way before. Thank you.
It's definitely an important piece. It's not just a line, just to show a line. It has specific purpose and intent, and we can use that, the community can use that in their favor. If there is specific development within the county's boundaries, obviously, but within our sphere of influence, if there is development going on there that we have significant concern over, that we would potentially be taking over in the future, that maybe our codes don't even allow, that's a significant concern.
So just a follow-up question. So if should we have a place for annexation, like what our plan is?
That sounds like a policy document. And I believe actually so could we have policy that addresses that? Absolutely. Do we have policy right now? I don't know through our land use element if there is specific policy that speaks to annexation.
Well, if we could at least discuss the sphere of influence as being those areas in which the city could potentially be interested in annexation, understanding that both the city and the owners of the land in question both have to agree on the annexation for it to take place.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what you want. That's what you're shooting for.
Yeah. Vice Chair Nolan.
Yeah, just a comment, because I know we're talking about transportation topics here, but I think the value in seeing some of these locations that are, whether they're in the sphere of influence or even outside, it indicates that no one in the city stays in the city all the time. And of course, some of the people who may have participated, including myself, may live in the sphere of influence or outside of the city limits. But the point of it is too, like, let's just say, you have this identified in the general plan. At some point, maybe there's a Caltrans grant and the city and the county decide it's beneficial to go in on funding on some project that, part of it's in the city and it connects to a portion of the county. So, I mean, I see the value of, not going too far beyond the boundary, but at the same time, to indicate there's information that could be valuable with that, with those points being here and shown on the map.
That could be a very valuable addition to describing what the SOI is.
Right. So like, for instance, we all probably go to Miners Oak sometimes. I know I do. I might drive and I might ride my bike, and I do, or even in an opposite direction. But yeah, it's just good to have that information. And then of course, it doesn't go too far beyond the boundary as well.
That's a good point by Vice Chair Nolan. Ojai is not a walled city.
Right.
Nope.
I think that's an important point.
Yeah.
Just because there's lines on the map doesn't mean that we don't
Go
that
outside of
we
them.
dismiss anything else that's outside of it.
Right.
Right.
That's a good point, especially from a general plan standpoint. It's a policy document,
Yeah.
living document providing guidance to the community.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Moving on.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're moving into the SWOT analysis. The purpose of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis is to summarize existing conditions in the city of Ojai and identify issues that should be considered or addressed during the general plan update process. The SWOT focuses on the physical, economic, and mobility context. And then findings from the SWOT analysis that informed land use and transportation concepts are then summarized here. I think we've got several points here. And we're talking about pattern of uses that are existing, the SPL, growth and development as a potential, then the Bryant industrial area, and then there's just a general term for transportation, the thorough corridor overlay, and then the master plan of trails. If I recall correctly, I think there's a map on this next page. No, it's
Yeah.
it goes into overall patterns of use. Any questions here, comments, concerns?
What's the thoroughfare corridor overlay? I guess I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, so the TCO is actually an overlay that overlays onto Ojai Avenue and Maricopa Highway.
Okay.
And that helps to inform any sort of transportation decisions. It's typically any sort of modifications that are made within C1 zones require coordination with the TCO overlay. And typically that ends up being some sort of a traffic analysis or demand analysis, something along those lines.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah, you can put that in as a search term if you want to look through the code. There'll be a lot of stuff in Title 10.
Yep. There are current projects that this commission will be seeing that address the TCO.
Okay.
Can we shrink down the overlay and match it to one of the maps that is in each one of our books for each meeting so that we can see it accurately?
We'll need to do that.
The overlay on you're talking about the overlay being on the general plan land use map?
Land use or zoning or land use, one of the two.
Yeah, for some reason, and I have no idea why, but for some reason, that overlay is not included on either one of the maps, but it's referenced in both.
Right.
I still don't understand why it hasn't been included. It's not like it's a new overlay. It's been on these maps for years.
I mean, as I understand it, because occasionally I'll find that there's a note that I made on one of the maps, and I get a new docket, and it's got my old note in it, and so I'm assuming that we don't throw out the docket, we recycle the maps in the back. So if we could add to that a clear map on a transparency, that would be helpful.
Yeah. It gets difficult when you have the zoning map, and then you put these overlays on top of it. It begins to get very hard to read because you've got competing titles on things.
Yeah.
Right. That's where the creativity comes from in terms of identifying how each of those areas are still legible. So there's just hashing or something like that.
That master plan of trails had me going for a while. I searched for it on the city website. It's not there. It's actually buried in the 1990s version of the circulation element of the general plan. And it mostly talks about different types of bikeways, class 1, 2, 3, and 4, though there's a little bit more than that, plus a very hard to read map of the city.
Yeah, it feels like it needs to, well, actually, there's some question. I don't know if we want to jump to that or we want to wait till we get to that page.
Yeah,
Should I wait? I'll wait till we go through the other sheets and then we could talk about it.
yeah, okay.
Okay, good.
All right. Next up is the overlay pattern of use. We have residential, commercial, industrial. And the next slide features the map of the existing land uses. This seems pretty straightforward here. Any questions? Oh, I think there was errata that, Steve, I think you had mentioned to me earlier,
Yes.
Chair Quillisi, about the
Oh,
topo.
there yes, and down on the industrial. Because if you look at the zoning map, the industrial area, either M1 or MPD, MPD, I guess, is down Bryant Circle, but the M1 area extends over at least to Fulton Street on the east side. And all that stuff is south of Ojai Avenue, I agree, but it's adjacent to Soul Park Golf Course, not Soul Park.
Right. Yeah, I saw that too.
Okay.
But the Bryant Street corridor should include at least half of Fulton Street as well. So you might call it both corridors.
Point. All right, let's move on to the map.
Yep.
So I think what's important to note here, and again, I've already got a global comment regarding these maps being blown up more, because this becomes granular and it's tough to read unless you know exactly which box goes where. And then I'll probably ask them to add all of the streets where they can, since they'll be zooming in more for this one.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we might be better off. This land use is sort of the umbrella over the zoning map, right?
Well, no, this map is going to have very little to do with how the general plan update ends up getting worked in. I think what's important to understand for this map is this is identifying all of the uses as they exist. And I will admit, this is one of the first maps that I worked with the Ramey and Associates team on, and it took several months to get this to where we're at today, mainly because the colors and the descriptions that you're seeing here for like residential, commercial, mixed use, industrial for the key on the right hand side, they weren't jiving with the way in which our existing land use and zoning maps identify these sites as. So it was very confusing for me looking at it, and I can only imagine how confusing it would be to someone just looking at a map like this to create a bridge or a connection between what these existing land uses are in comparison to what our zoning is. Like, for instance, if there's single family where we currently have it as identified as village mixed use or VMU, they're showing single family, and I look at it, I'm like, well, this is village mixed use. There's a potential for this to be more than just single family residential.
Right.
But it's identifying it as single family residential because that is the existing land use. That's how the land is currently being used. That's how the building's being used. That's how it's being occupied currently. And that's, I think this was all derived from county data. So it was pulled, this data was pulled and then thrown onto a GIS map, and that's what we've got here.
And the mixed use commercial is more of a zoning kind of thing than it is a land use, isn't it?
Say that again?
I say the mixed use that's really our VMU, but that's a zone. It's not a land use.
It is. And I think what's even more important is when they get into when they're identifying mixed use, they're identifying those land that those parcels at the parcel level that are truly mixed use commercial and have a mixture of commercial or a mixture of commercial and residential tied together. They get their own color coordination. I think that's where you're seeing it here. And I'll have them blow this up more. I almost feel like, because half of it is almost looks like half of it's being taken up by the legend. Legend can probably be a little bit smaller or even fold it into the map itself.
Or cut it into pieces.
Mhm.
And
I'll
make
do
all
it
the
in
pieces
sections,
bigger.
maybe. I mean, you could even blow up the kind of that downtown core area, because there's a lot of different land uses that exist within that, and it gets a little bit daunting. And same thing is true with Ojai Ave. Excuse me, and
So it's
Maricopa for
basically how in present day, people are actually using that property. It doesn't matter what the zoning is. I mean, it could be VMU, maybe they have a business, maybe there's just residential use, and that's what they're identifying in this map.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, and in a way, it kind of drives any possible updates to the zoning or land use classification.
So if someone's asking to have a change in land use,
right,
we would turn to this and say why, right?
Right, and then you can see the trend, so to speak, I guess, or the yeah.
And the big maroon block there, lower left, that is the inn, is that the same color as the accommodation thing? Because we actually have also in the right-hand column of colors, we have golf courses.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only problem is that with that specific site, it is it's more than just a golf course.
Sure.
So accommodation, that was the struggle that I had, because I was using the N and then spreading it out from there.
Mhm.
And the N was being given a bunch of different, and the same thing is true with the golf course on the eastern edge too.
Soul Park, yeah.
Yeah, I was just having a heck of a time with both of those, because those are the ones that are most visible, and the whole idea of it being considered something else, if you call it a hotel, which there's different categories that you can fold it down into. I mean, I've whittled it down. In working with, this is one that I actually worked on with them for a long time, like I said before, but when we first looked at this, there were literally, I want to say 60 or 80 different categories that you could pull from. And I looked at that and I said, well, that doesn't make any sense. 80 different categories.
Yeah, we've got about 24 here, and that still feels like too many.
Yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot to look at. Even the single family detached versus attached seems a little bit odd, because you've already got multifamily. Why not just consider it multifamily?
Right.
So anyway, those were the different conversations that I kept having with them over and over again to whittle it down to what you're seeing here today.
Well, if you can,
even then, this is still considered a draft. So if there are comments that you want here, we can look at those and take another look at those. Absolutely.
If you can cut it in pieces and expand, that at least will make it readable.
Okay.
Then we probably could comment a little bit better if we can graphically see it better.
What if we were to, because I think really the core area has just a number of different uses floating throughout that. So maybe even drawing that one and having it as a separate map could be helpful.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No more hands raised. Let's move on.
All right. So the SWOT analysis, the special housing overlay, or the SPL, this overlay zone, as this commission has heard, think Commissioner Bennett is the only one that wasn't a part of the review process of the housing element. But it allows for the development of affordable and or senior housing up to a maximum of 20 dwelling units per acre. A 5% density increase is given when 2 or more contiguous lots are consolidated to allow for a building site totaling at least 1 acre in size.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned with the accuracy of the second statement. A 5% density increase, I think, is given for a building site totaling at least 1 acre. I don't think it requires 2 or more contiguous lots being consolidated to achieve that building site size. But that seems to be the implication there.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask for them to check the math and accuracy of that statement. That does not sound.
That takes you to 21 dwelling units per acre. So, you know, big whoop, but.
All right.
Yeah, good catch, Steve.
Yep.
Continuing with the SWOT analysis, growth and development. While Ojai's population is anticipated to grow over the next 20 years, the number of jobs is anticipated to decrease by 11%. It's an interesting
What's the basis for that?
Yeah,
I
I'd
just
sure like to
cannot
know the basis for that statement.
I cannot understand that at all.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree. When I was reading it tonight, I was like, oh man, that does not sound like a correct statement.
I'm not sure that either piece of it is correct. I mean, the population currently is going down.
It's been going down for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
That just means more traffic, more cars and more parking issues, maybe. Or more traffic going out to go to work somewhere else. Yeah, and coming home.
Well, the whole working from home is,
Right.
I mean, that we don't even know what the long-term implications of that are going to
It's true.
look like.
Yeah, a whole new shift.
Virtual meetings and virtual work certainly ought to have a piece of this discussion.
Agreed.
That's actually a really good point.
It's easy to imagine the centers of cities that are crowded with office buildings going vacant because people are all working from home.
Right.
I saw that in Jakarta. The cause at that time was there was no telephone infrastructure. You either had cell phones or you had no telephone communications whatsoever. And there were a lot of empty office buildings where they had never been wired for telephone because there was no infrastructure.
Oh, interesting. Well, we kind of have a parallel with, I mean, I know we're working on it, or supposedly we are, with the fiber optic or whatever the future communication techniques will be, but that infrastructure, that communication infrastructure is very relevant for future growth.
I heard a rumor that there was fiber in the city now. I don't know that it's true, but if that happens, that's going to make a big difference in the cable TV business because the fiber will carry a lot more than the cable TV infrastructure does right now.
Yeah, interesting.
It's hard to imagine because there aren't that many people here to build a fiber infrastructure, you know, growing out of Ventura or whatever. And maybe Lucas knows something about that. I don't know. It's probably not the right time to share. But
Yeah, let's not. I think that's actually a good point. I've put that in there. I think that could be a note that's added to growth and development, or even development potential.
Yep.
I think
if
some of
you're
that.
watching the city council, we certainly have been hearing about infill development and redevelopment lately. So
Yeah.
that's certainly a big topic.
Well, I think the issue of what infrastructure do we need as a community to attract the jobs of tomorrow is absolutely something that is appropriate here, and it's the private sector is providing that. It's Spectrum and AT&T for the most part who are providing the infrastructure for broadband, and there's no question that there's a lot more broadband capacity requirements today for work than existed some time ago. I don't know where we are and what we would do to encourage those vendors, AT&T and Spectrum, to increase the broadband service to the community. But,
well, we've already shut down the 5G wireless, but that's the cheap way to get broadband across the community for sure. But yeah, what the city can do is encourage by making zoning or other regulations more flexible.
Quilisi, did you say that we've shut down 5G?
That was my understanding.
Just around the airports. It was put
no,
on pause.
There's no airport here to shut down 5G.
Yeah, we have a process. I mean, there's a process that's identified within our code currently.
There's a lot of loud voices in the room that are encouraging banning 5G in the valley.
Yeah, that's a discussion, but in terms of how our code reads currently, that isn't.
I think the federal law usurped a lot of local discretion.
Right. So as long as they're following a process, federal law has really tied the city's hands in terms of what we can or can't do. We can certainly make them follow a process and provide information. I don't want to get into the details on that, but I just wanted to clear the air that that's not a completely true statement.
There's no ban in place?
No.
Okay.
No.
I misunderstood what I heard.
All right. Development potential. Here we're talking about 67 parcels are either vacant or deemed by the city to be abandoned. The majority of these sites are already zoned residential, representing 25 acres of potentially developable or redevelopable land. That is an interesting statement. I hope we have a map to clarify that. I don't remember seeing.
Boy, I didn't think there was that much. I didn't think there was 25 acres of residential property. There's certainly a lot of vacant or semi-abandoned land along Ojai Avenue toward the east end. Here and on the next page, it talks about improvement ratios, and I have no idea what that means.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't know what that was either.
I didn't either. I had a question mark.
Well, I can't explain it, so it's important that we get that clarified maybe with another slide, I think.
Yeah. Before we can figure out whether that map is of any use.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. It seems like a highly technical document that really doesn't go into a whole lot of detail.
Right.
Well, it may be a fairly simple concept. We talk about floor area ratio, or we talk about lot coverage when we're looking at buildings or residential properties. And once it's explained, then we all say, okay, fine, now I understand. This one is undefined.
Yeah, I agree. This is where there'd be an opportunity to identify what each of those improvement ratios stand for off to the right-hand side of that key. But
well, it's not just the definition. Why is it something that we should care about enough to put it in the general plan?
yeah, well, I think the key there, I think what you're talking about, Chair Quilisi, is what is it influencing? How is this particular map influencing maybe a map that will eventually go into the the general plan update?
Also, at the very bottom of the previous page there, it talks about the village area. I'm not sure what that is. So if they could define that, it talks about downtown and the village area. Right there.
Ah, the second bullet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, all right.
So this could potentially be very valuable information for us. Just can't tell from what's there on the page right now.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, moving on to the next thing.
Yep.
Let's see. SWOT analysis, Bryant Industrial Plan. I think on the right-hand side, you're seeing the color coordination for the Bryant Street, Bryant Circle. And then this was adopted in 2005. This plan recommends roadways and intersection improvements contemplated in the circulation element for the industrial area south of downtown Ojai. And I
Now,
would
the
even
extension of Fulton Street to Bryant Circle is already done. It's not proposed.
Yeah, that was my comment too.
Yeah. And the extension of Pearl to Fox, I don't know how they'll do that. They'd have to condemn some residential property on Fox to put the street through.
Yep.
There is an extension of Pearl that could go as far as the creek there. And I think that will be put in by the people that are developing those 9 new little homes down in that corner there.
Correct. That's a part of the.
I don't know how you get across the creek and get to Fox Street without taking out a building.
It creates a challenge, that's for sure.
And a Willow Street extension to Montgomery,
They didn't label it, but
that is already done also. Willow Street goes between Fox and Montgomery.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking maybe the consultants got hold of an old document
I think so, 2005.
and they haven't looked at a map to see how much of that might have already been done.
Right.
I agree with those intersection improvements for sure.
And some of those may be, well, partially addressed with the ATP to a
I'm
degree.
sure some of it is, yes. Some of it was
Modified.
incomplete streets too,
Yeah, exactly.
like the Fulton Street crossing of Ojai Avenue.
Yep. Yep. So they may want to go back to the ATP and the master plan.
And I'm sure that 2005 plan proposed those roadway improvements, but they should now, the ones that are complete
Yep.
should be noted as complete, and the one that's impossible should be deleted.
Wait, you're talking about Pearl Street to Fox?
Yeah,
No, I wouldn't. I would recommend that we don't delete that because that's something that I think Public Works is even working on currently.
oh, I want to watch that
Stay tuned.
because they're going to take out somebody's building on Fox Street to do it.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack on that one for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, this says the plan proposed changing the FAR.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't recall that.
Says it was
But-
adopted.
Yeah, it says it was adopted. Have to go back and look in Title 10, Chapter 2 again to see about that one. Okay,
That's a good point.
I hate to have the consultants going off and working into more detail with things that aren't correct anymore.
On this SWOT analysis, Mr. Chairman, I note that the second bullet says, no, the first bullet says parking capacity meets demand.
Well, that was the conclusion of the 1990s era parking study. And in fact, if you look at the days where I would contend we have potentially the most demand for parking in the city, that being Ojai days and 4th of July, we actually shut down all the parking along Ojai Avenue from Country Club to Park. And yet everybody winds up there having a good time.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that we're actually short of parking spaces. I think we're short of parking spaces within a block of where people want to go.
Yes.
If
Yeah.
people were willing to walk for 5 minutes, there's a lot more parking available than is obvious from Ojai Avenue.
Correct. You know, it's interesting. I was just going to make a comment. This was a couple of years ago. I was actually in one of the jewelry stores that was in the arcade, no longer there. And I think I was getting a battery for my watch or something. And I said to the owner, "Oh, how's business?" And it was like a Thursday morning at like 11 o'clock or something. She said, "Oh, there's such a parking issue. You know, nobody has anywhere to park." And then I said to her, "Oh, well, you know, if you have customers that come in, you should direct them to go walk down Montgomery," because she was close to Montgomery, and the parking that's on the east side of Libby Park. And she goes, "Oh, I didn't even know about it." And the Public Works Department does have signage on Montgomery Street indicating there's parking there. So right after I left, I happened to be in my car, and I think I was going to Ventura, and I went down Montgomery. There wasn't a single car in that parking lot. I mean, that's just an example, and I've looked at it more than once.
Yeah.
But I think it gets back to what Chair Quillisi was saying, that a lot of times we want the parking space, a block or right in front of the store or wherever we're going, the restaurant, when in fact, several blocks away, there may be adequate parking. But once again, there's studies and research to be done.
Well, I think one thing that might be suggested, and we're actually on to page 26.
Yeah.
I guess, right. If the city produced something that showed where parking is available,
right,
and made just flyers, single sheets with an explanation of where all the public parking is, and distribute them to all of the local merchants, then people shouldn't have a problem finding parking once they have been to a local merchant once.
Yeah, or in conjunction with the chamber, or even on an app.
Oh, the chamber could do it, sure.
Yeah.
I wanted to just make one reference. I know we were looking back at, I had to go back to a previous slide, but if we're looking at, so for instance, the Bryant Area Industrial Plan that was adopted in 2005, it's pulling from, so these specific roadway improvements and intersection improvements were all a part of that adopted plan. I think your point is correct here, Commission and Commissioners, that if there are ones that have been already done, I think we
Right.
note that, but I think what's even more important is that that there's also the note that the plan itself, as this moves forward, needs to be updated concurrently as well.
Correct.
Um,
Yeah.
with the most accurate data
Yep.
and information. So I think that's just an important point.
Yeah.
I already went ahead and looking at this and thinking it through, have already added that as a point on here as well for them to consider.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Lucas.
Okay, so transportation, parking capacity, we were kind of getting into the weeds on that. Traffic collisions are most prevalent along Ojai Avenue and Maricopa Highway, the two busiest roadways in the city. The next slide in this slideshow features a map of recent collisions in the city. Maricopa Highway and Ojai Avenue also have the greatest volumes of pedestrian crossings and are candidates for safety improvements.
That bullet should include a discussion of what ATP is already doing. Plus, we had, before ATP got started, the city got a separate grant for crossings on
Right.
Maricopa Highway.
Right. The rapid flashing beacon.
Yeah, right.
Budget.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
about a $40,000 grant, something like that.
Yeah, I agree, Steve. I have the same comment that they need to reference the ATP. And yes, the city did have that grant for the crossings.
And
But
what
it's
they
different
say,
from
what they
ATP.
say on the chart here is true, but but they need to add giving credit to the city for things that have already been done or planned
Right.
for doing,
Yeah, like the ATP, for instance.
like the ATP.
Yep.
All right.
Farther down on the page there, I'm confused by North Ventura Avenue. I don't think they're talking about North Ventura Street because there's no different significant views on North Ventura Street than there are on Blanche or Cañada or North Signal for that matter. I think they're talking about North Ventura Avenue, which is Highway 33 outside the city limits.
Yeah, it's right about
I'm
where the
confused
Ojai
by
Valley
that.
Inn, the backside of the Ojai Valley Inn. I know I've had issues when I've done some work there. It's right about there where there's a split. Or it might even show up like when you go to like Google Maps or
It's
MapQuest.
around Hermosa is where that the street name sort of changes. And then
Yeah.
it's North Ventura Avenue all the way to Ventura.
Correct.
But I'm not sure what significant views along North Ventura Avenue are within the purview of the city, because that property is outside the city.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's that connection that we've talked about earlier where, you know, we're not in a box and we're adjacent to the county and we go in and out and possibly the
Yeah, I
view.
suppose the city could build a 6-story building that would block the view, but it's not likely.
I hope not. Yeah.
Easy, Commissioner Quillisi, 6 stories.
It's not in the code.
I know, we only have one 3-story building in town. Okay,
All right, let's move on to the map.
yep.
So here we're talking about, I'm looking at the SWOT analysis in terms of collisions. There was a note on the previous page. So we have dots identified throughout the city. As you can see, the majority of those dots, which are in a kind of a teal blue, bluish green,
Yeah.
those are collisions from 2014 to 2019 in terms of data collected, mostly along Ojai Avenue, Maricopa Highway.
Yeah.
There
Where
are
the
some
most
scattered-
traffic is, yeah.
Yeah, there are some scattered throughout the community to the north and to the south as well. So, but the vast majority is along our kind of the spine of the community.
Yeah.
Any questions, comments on this one? This one actually has the boundary and the sphere of influence.
Yeah.
I think those are all important pieces.
And it has only the most relevant data superimposed on the city limits and the SOI. That makes it very readable.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think this one, it actually doesn't need street addresses as much or street names. I think hitting the
Right.
major ones is good enough for this.
Right.
Right.
I
Yep.
agree.
Yeah.
All right. Moving along. Continuing with SWOT analysis, master plan of trails. The circulation element establishes a master plan of trails that articulates a comprehensive strategy for encouraging walking, biking, and equestrian travel as alternatives to driving. The circulation element map of the master or the trails master plan is on this next slide. So slide 29. The master plan of trails is also referenced in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan from 1999 as the pedestrian zone map. The master plan of trails includes a pedestrian enhanced district or a PED district in and around downtown. Improvements recommended to support pedestrian use include the widening of sidewalks, prominent street crossings, street furniture, pedestrian oriented signage, and obviously landscaping. All those look to improve and recommend support pedestrian use. Any questions on this slide?
One thing that I think might be added, and check me if my understanding is incorrect, the Ojai Valley Trail as it passes within the city limits is a county responsibility. It's county property, the old railroad.
Correct, with the exception of a
Little
a
portion.
sliver that the city maintains.
Oh, what's that?
You're gonna ask me a specific question. I want to say
Okay. Anyway, my point was that the equestrian side of the trail is not well maintained, and I think it's not used as a result. There's a lot of overgrowth in there, and the city ought to encourage the county in partnership to maintain the trail better. That will enhance pedestrian and bicycle traffic, as well as equestrian traffic.
That's true. Yeah. You could also make personal
Good
comments on
policy.
the park
I was gonna say,
department of the county.
Commissioner Lottis beat me to it.
Yeah. You know, regarding this map, so this trail map would go, master plan of trails would go into the general plan. Or apparently, is it in our present general plan, or is it something they're?
I don't think this is in our current.
Yeah, I
That
would look
map
at
is
it.
in the current plan, yes.
Is it in our current plan or is it within the master plan that we have?
No, it's within the circulation element. I
Yeah.
pulled an old copy of the circulation element, and that map's in there.
That's what I thought. But I'm wondering, you know, now that we have the complete streets one, should the two be combined, or at least, you know, one relates to the other one?
Oh,
In
this
other
one
words,
is a
you
whole lot
wouldn't want
older.
different
Yeah.
information. You wouldn't want different, you'd want to update the information. For instance, if it's different on the complete streets master plan as opposed to this, which was an earlier document. The other areas, there's a couple items that I'm not sure, maybe because all the streets aren't labeled. You know, where are they, and is it on public or private property? I'm not sure. So it's hard to comment on them. You know, I'm also looking, you know, they have class 1 bike hiking path, they have a class 2 and a class 3 on some of these, but I think it feels like it should complement or be merged into the complete streets.
Yeah. I think the currently accurate material off of this map could be put onto the other map,
Right.
because certainly pieces of this are obsolete.
Right.
Like there's no bicycle and pedestrian undercrossing at Ojai Avenue.
Right. And then we also didn't have the, you know, the trails that you would find, you know, up in the foothills, et cetera, aren't in the Complete Streets plan. So.
And that would be a nice addition.
Yeah, it would
frankly.
be a nice addition.
There's Shelf Road quite clearly called out.
Yeah, you know, here's another comment, and I think this is valuable. More and more people are in Ojai or, you know, the adjacent area, and tourists, you know, people are coming from out of town, have been using our local trails. There have been issues presently and not too distant past with parking, you know, people parking in front of residents' driveways, kind of congestion during, you know, I guess that would have been in 2020, the city of Ojai had to put cones out at the bottom of Signal and Grand to discourage people from driving up to go to the hiking trails. There was such an influx of people. Now that was a special situation. It was going on for a while, but I'm just pointing out for example. So I guess what I'm trying to say is it's good to have the plan, but at the same time, do you start thinking about, oh, do we need to provide more parking at these trailheads because more people are coming? I don't know. That's just another layer that we may possibly want to look at.
Parking might help solve part of it. Signage is certainly going to help solve part of it.
Yeah.
They're up at the top of Daly. I think the local residents have put up signs that say there is no access to Shelf Road if you go up this street.
Right. And that came to us at Planning Commission, and, you know, we had a major turnout from the community saying they didn't want that trailhead. If you remember.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Talking about
none exists now and they don't want one.
about Daily.
Yeah. So
Right.
I think it just needs this map. There's some good things on it. I think it just needs to be referenced with the Complete Streets run and probably brought up to date.
Right. Well, I don't think we need this map, but we need some of the information from it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Not sure what trail support facilities are, for example.
Yeah.
But there are other things on here.
Signage.
Identification of class 1, 2, and 3 bike routes. If those are still accurate, then that could be a big help on the Complete Streets map.
Yeah, and remember, we have more than one map in this Complete Streets master plan. There's only
Sure.
one we looked at in this presentation. So,
Right.
But that would make sense. Just basically, we're talking about, you know, accurate to date information.
All right.
Yeah.
Moving on to 30, Community Visioning Workshop. During the March 2021 Community Visioning Workshop, participants identified 3 things: anticipate the levels of change in character areas, character area improvements, transportation priorities. The transportation priorities included safety, bicycle-friendly roads, filling gaps in pedestrian and bicycle networks, and then promoting low-emission options like electric vehicles. Levels of change and area improvements are summarized in the next slides. So this is actually information taken from the that community visioning workshop that took place completely virtually in March of 2021. And there was actually specific, if you recall, we broke out into groups and specifically got into some of the detail on transportation and land use proposals and Q&A that went along with that. Ideas that were flowing out of the 80-some participants during that workshop.
This character areas, is that the same term that was used earlier in the briefing where they had the color,
The map,
the
yeah,
color
it was
overlay
actually.
of the
It's
city?
like six colored areas.
Character areas. Okay. Well, anticipated levels of change sounds to me like it's anecdotal information again, just like unattractive areas. I'm not sure
Yeah.
how much effort the consultant should put into that. And the next page,
Mm-hmm.
the whole page is about that. And I don't get much out of it.
This almost looks like they took the data and transposed it into a kind of weird
Mm-hmm.
graph. I'm having trouble reading it myself.
I like to think in terms of the hierarchy of truth. There's truth and then lies and then damn lies and then statistics. Yeah, I'm not sure how useful this page is.
Are you referring to page 31?
Page 31, yes, ma'am. The one
Yeah,
that's up
I
on the
agree.
shared screen.
Yeah, I had question marks on it too, like, okay.
I think the only thing that I'm looking at here is if I look at the bottom, here it's identifying that 49% of those polled, between 49 and 58% that were polled within that kind of orangish red transition are talking about some change. And then you've got a 10 to 20 or 33% saying little to no change. So you're seeing a smaller kind of sample group identifying no change, and then transformative change seems to be within a higher level. But then it's also going into some of these areas that were focused on during that workshop: the corridors, gateways, light industrial area, which we all know what we're talking about, this Bryant Street circle, the village mixed use area, which is kind of just outside of what is then the downtown area, and then those residential neighborhoods. I think there is some value to this. I think showing it differently, I think would help. Using it differently.
I'm not sure. I think there are some good ideas there that you've just articulated. I'm not sure it's worth a whole page with bar charts.
Yeah, if our maps are smaller and not legible, but then this one is very legible.
Very legible.
I think we need to just keep that into context. It's a good point.
How many people were in the room when these votes were taken, or these percentages were taken?
The polls were taken. So there were, at one point we had over 100 participants, and then it whittled down when we broke into groups to about, I think it was somewhere in between 80 and 90 people, I think is what we had in those groups. I think it was probably somewhere in between 8 or 10 different groups that we broke out into. There will be another workshop. We're working on when that's working on the timeline for that's going to take.
Good.
All right, moving on here to slide 32, community visioning workshop. So there's character area improvements. Here it's actually broken it down into a chart and highlighting our table, if you will, and highlighting some of those key points taken from the land use improvements as well as the transportation improvements. And you saw the graphic on the previous page. You've got light industrial, once again, corridor, downtown, and then you've also, wait a minute, you've got village mixed use, but I'm not seeing residential in here. They're missing one.
Yeah.
Not here.
Yep, residential is missing. Also, I like the idea in downtown, or whatever we call downtown eventually, allowing for more residential uses. How about something radical like change the C1 zone to be just 3 or 4 blocks along Ojai Avenue right in the center of town and make all the rest of it VMU. If you look out on West Ojai Avenue, there are a lot of formerly residential buildings, single family residences that are now offices. If you look out to the east end, there's a lot of vacant land that could be ideal for live work kind of space. And I know Kathy Nolan will recall people coming to us with a concept review for the 1 acre parcel on the south side of Ojai Avenue, right next to Sea Fresh.
Yes,
They wanted to put offices and retail and residential all on that 1 acre.
right.
And the problem was it was C1 and no residential use
Right.
is allowed. That's a way that the city could encourage development of housing units by being more flexible in zoning. And changing C1 to VMU is one possible way of doing that, but there are probably a lot of other possible ways of doing that.
Now you're talking about zoning versus land use. Let's just make sure that we're using the same context when we're talking about.
Well, land use being residential or mixed use
There we go.
instead of general commercial.
Yep, there we go. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I put a note in here for slide 32 to include the residential neighborhoods as a part of this table, and then some key, adding the key aspects to that, from the land use improvements to transportation improvements as well.
And that allow for more residential uses, I think, should be in corridors and gateways unless we change the definitions of those things. Because all that East End property along Ojai Avenue is corridor and gateway from a previous map.
Sure. Yeah, I remember hearing that and seeing that during the workshop in 2021. So makes sense.
Yep.
All right. Vision and guiding principles. So here we're moving on to slide 33. The general plan vision and guiding principles provide a vision for Ojai in the year 2045 and the direction needed to achieve that vision. They were adopted by the city council in August of 2021. And then obviously this body saw that during the May-June meetings of 2021 as well. So related excerpts from the vision statement include the city of Ojai is an eclectic and diverse small town whose unique character is reflected in its vibrant downtown, historic architecture, friendly neighborhoods, and abundant natural beauty. The second bullet goes on to say the community's dedicated support for small, locally owned businesses and providing housing for our local workers, also aspiring to support our Ojai Valley economy that prioritizes overall human and ecological needs above all else. There are guiding principles highlighted below. Any comments on this slide?
Well, I think we wrote some of that.
Yep. Yep.
At least the first draft.
We had a 4-hour meeting about it. I remember that one.
Yep.
I'm reading it for the first time because I wasn't on the commission. I'm thinking, what an interesting sounding town this is.
Yes.
I think the city council then further perfected what we started, but we definitely laid the foundation.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Commissioner Bennett, if you want, I can forward you the meeting that we discussed it back in June if you want.
Oh, I would love to see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so then we move on to small town character guiding principles, preserve Ojai's eclectic character and small town charm as it continues to evolve. Additionally, retain and enhance the community's picturesque and walkable downtown and surrounding neighborhoods, the unique mix of architectural styles and the spirit of authenticity, and then ensuring new development and land use complement rather than compromise existing community character. Those are all pulled directly from the vision guiding principles.
Yeah.
That 4-page document. Housing guiding principles provide a thoughtful, well-designed and context-sensitive mix of housing types to serve the needs of all households and income levels. And then ensure that new homes are appropriately scaled and designed consistent with their surrounding environment using green building standards and ecological building principles, including cooling roofs and landscaping that help regulate the temperature. I think we definitely have a lot of discussion regarding those.
Yeah.
Second point.
I have a question.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that you.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is in regards to the last sentence. So, you know, if we're going to have a statement like that in our housing guiding principles, are we going to just have the principle, or are we going to back it up by actually having or adopting green building standards, ecological building principles? And I mean, it says like including cooling roofs and landscaping, but are we going to get into the details and either have like a support document or program or an incentive so that it actually happens? Maybe I'm jumping the gun, but I always feel like I love to see something really come to fruition.
Yeah, I think this helps to influence those kind of those goals and policies, and even the alternatives that's going to be a part of this next step that we're talking about. So I think you're hitting remember I was talking about, let's not get too far ahead of the chapters here. We're looking at it one chapter at a time.
Right.
You're looking at chapter 12 and we're on chapter 2 or 3 here. But I get your point, and I know to your point, and I think Commissioner Lottis had mentioned that as well. It almost lends itself, this last piece, and some of these points that you see are almost transferable to some form of either a goal or a policy in terms of some of this that we've read up to this point. So I think this is probably one that certainly falls into that category as well.
And a lot of that stuff, that last statement there, is going to be things for the BAD to do with building standards, not really for the Planning Commission to do.
Correct.
But they should do it.
Yeah, I was just curious if we were going to, you know, not only have the principle and have it sit there, or actually go ahead and develop a policy or, you know, standards, programs, etc.
Yep.
So, I vote yes.
All right, moving on. Vision and guiding principles, multimodal transportation guiding principles. There's 4 statements here: create safe, convenient, accessible mobility network characterized by complete streets that accommodate all travel modes, including eclectic and human-powered vehicles. Enhance the city's bike trail and sidewalk infrastructure to encourage walking and biking and reduce dependence on cars. Third one is promote car sharing, ride sharing, shared parking, and improve the visibility of off-street parking. And then the fourth one is encourage use of the trolley service and alternative services. This is pulled directly from the vision and guiding principles that this commission had seen previously. And then we move into balanced economy guiding principles. There's 3 points to this: continue to encourage, celebrate, and support entrepreneurship and small locally owned businesses that are focused on the needs of Ojai residents and in harmony with the surrounding natural environment. And the second one is maintain Ojai as a viable destination for visitors that emphasizes Ojai's educational opportunities, ecology, arts, culture, and community character without compromising quality of life for full-time residents. And then third, diversify economic base and business types to expand live, work, economic activity beyond the visitation sector within the Ojai Valley. So those are all pulled directly from the vision and guiding principles, as I mentioned previously.
Good words we wrote.
Are you ready for this one? Direction from the Planning Commission.
Uh-oh.
So we've got 3 bullets here, and then there's a sub bullet that goes along with the third one. During the spring and summer of 2021, the Ojai Planning Commission discussed changes in the SPL overlay and the general plan land use designations. SPL changes were included in the first draft of the housing element to reflect the policy direction of the general plan update. Those SPL changes were removed before the housing element was adopted, but should continue to inform the evolution of land use policy. So I believe there's a map on the preceding pages that'll identify those SPL overlay potential changes that were discussed pretty heavily by this commission. I want to say over either a 2 or 3 meeting stint. I think one of those meetings actually had our housing consultant at that meeting to kind of talk through some of the higher level stuff and get into the meat and potatoes on a couple of things.
I was racking my brain. I couldn't think of any SPL changes that were removed. We added and deleted particular parcels in the SPL list. Like we took City Hall off.
Yes.
And we added, I think, 509 Grand.
Right.
And we added the old bowling alley, 1202 East Ojai Avenue.
Well, the bowling alley is already an overlay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think 509 Grand is something we added, but there were also the things around City Hall that we deleted. But I don't know of any changes that were included in the first draft that were removed.
I don't know that it was necessarily a first draft. I think that's probably well, it's hard to distinguish what draft we were working on when we were looking at the red line, only because it got very messy towards the end.
Yeah.
I just know that there was an iteration that included certain lots. I mean, Montgomery comes to mind. I know Bryant Street we talked about pretty heavily, surrounding the Condor storage site. And those lots, one of those is actually a vacant lot. And those were all looked at and considered and actually voted on by this commission, by this body to move forward. So maybe it is considered to be kind of a first draft, but I hate to call it that only because I don't feel like it was. We went through several iterations before it landed.
Yeah, talking about the first draft, maybe it's early discussions of the housing element.
Yeah, maybe that's a better reference. Let me.
But I don't know of any changes that were removed. I know we discussed the 14 acres out there on Maricopa Highway, but it was never in the housing element draft. And so it wasn't removed.
And remember, there was specific criteria that we were using as a part of HCD's use and qualifying features.
Exactly.
So it wasn't that we were pulling this out of thin air. We were using tried and true practices that were kind of influencing our decisions. And really what it boiled down to is when it comes to taking those overlays to HCD, if they're not seeing those, it becomes a tough sell to get those added.
Right. So I have a comment then, and this isn't regarding that item. Those SPL changes were removed before the housing element was adopted, but should continue to inform the evolution of land use policy. Well, if we discuss something and it's not in the policy, who's going to go back and maybe look at it and use it to inform the evolution of land use policy? Should that just the whole sentence be a strikeout?
Is that the second sentence? Which sentence?
Yeah, second sentence in the second bullet, I think, is inappropriate.
Yeah, I think I mean, if we recommended something or what have you, and they didn't use it, it sounds like they're trying to placate us in the sentence to me. Do we just strike it? Does that even, in this presentation?
Yeah, so there's two different tracks for this, right? The housing element is still going to get another look when the general plan starts getting put together.
Okay.
So there'll be, and that's even through the environmental document, when we start going through that process. So I hate to get rid of it only because there's still a chance that those sites will still be reviewed and considered. Not to say that all of them may not necessarily be considered moving forward. Could be none of them. Could be one of them.
So it would be interesting if, if we do in fact get to review it again, if whatever was removed, which I'm not sure exactly what it was, but if it was, if that could be included, in our packet and the agenda so that we had it as a reference, if we had the opportunity to provide, commenting on a second cycle or future cycle.
I'm less concerned about the actual language here because this PowerPoint briefing is not going to be a legal document. But I think the changes that we're talking about as we go through this are more changes, at least my intent is these are to signal to the contractor.
Right.
These are different ways that we want you to think about these things
Right.
as you write the next level of detail. And
So
so
these were decided upon. These three were actually Bryant Street, North Montgomery, and South Ventura were all decided upon as policy.
But
no,
basically, we're considering,
Oh,
we talked about all of them and didn't make any changes. On the second bullet, if we could change their thinking
yes,
in this way, if we change first draft to early discussions, and then the second sentence, if we just said those SPL changes should continue to inform,
yeah,
I'd be happy with that. I don't know of anything that was removed, and I don't want them to focus on that in any way.
right. That's what I was kind of driving at as well. Yeah, it's a little vague.
You want to talk? Should we want to talk? I mean, as I'm taking notes here, can we talk a little bit about these 3 points? Because I don't believe Commissioner Bennett was a part of this process, and I think the other 4 commissioners can speak to kind of how that was laid out.
That would help, because actually, as I took the job, I had heard there was some discussion about Bryant Street and making it and allowing housing in there, and that there was some discussion about that. And I am just waiting for the period of time when that specific and substantive issue gets discussed, because I think it's a huge mistake for us to do that. And that is, I know we've got a housing problem, but we have an economic problem too. We have one area designated as light industrial. And the minute you put people into a light industrial area, guess what?
Changes.
Light industrial areas don't vote, but people vote. And you put 8 people into Bryant Circle as residents, and guess who's going to show up when something doesn't smell right, or there's the sound of manufacturing going on, and we're going to lose it. I mean, we're going to lose that the only little area in town which has been designated as a place where light industrial can take place, and that if somebody comes in to complain about it, that it's like, well, that's why we set it aside, so that noise and fumes and other things like that can happen in there, because it's a non-residential area. So anyway, it's just, and I don't know when that discussion is an appropriate discussion, but I think
it's a good one to have, though, Jamie.
It's a little piece of the discussion about also VMUs. And we saw last week the discussion about residential and commercial in Tipple and Ramble as a you put voters and people who live next to something. At the end of the day, the voters are going to be the ones who are going to wind up having the influence. So I think we have to be very careful about how we designate all this stuff. I know VMU it's an attractive sort of catch-all that allows people to do anything they want, but we have to be very sure that we want the activity to take place there, and that it doesn't destroy other activity.
Absolutely.
I assume Bryant Circle was created, and that whole area that whole neighborhood, or whatever we're calling it, was created was to encourage light manufacturing in town. We need jobs.
Sure.
So,
and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Bryant Circle or the Bryant Street Circle conversation came from the city council and wanting to evaluate that area because it's not necessarily being used for light industrial at the moment, because we've got, we've got like they're
office
Yeah,
space.
Yeah, we got different office spaces area. There's commercial uses. There's I think we have the little trailer place there. So there's more tourism going into town. I think there's a brewery now. There's a beer tasting section.
There's a storage facility down that way, not just Condor, but another one down on the Circle, I think.
Right, and you've got your-
Cannabis
you get your
places.
Yeah, and the cannabis.
You got
Yeah.
your cannabis down there.
You
Yeah,
guys
all
can-
the dispensaries are down
Yeah,
there.
so it's not being leveraged like it was originally designed to be. And I think that's one of the reasons that the city council wanted us to look at it.
Yeah.
But I do think, I agree with Jamie wholeheartedly. I think this is a really significant area and probably one of the most significant land use issues that's really relevant. Because things are happening now and the development pressure or land use pressures will continue in the near future, I think. And I remember having a discussion with the housing element because there was a proposal to add some parcel that would be contiguous to the other senior housing place out there. I forget what it's
Mhm.
called.
Whispering Oaks.
Whispering Oaks.
Right.
And I actually, if Lucas could answer a question, was that additional parcel included in the housing element? I wasn't very happy about it, but I think I
Yeah.
think the commission did vote in support of that. I think I went along with it, but anyway, this is so significant, and the VMU discussion is so significant. I mean, I think I would suggest to staff, and if the commission's in alignment with it, that maybe we kind of bring this back, because this is setting the philosophical foundation that we need to have for what, the policies are all going to be based on whatever direction is given to the consultants.
Yeah, to answer Commissioner Lottis's question, there was a site just to the north of, I want to say it's 318 Bryant Street, and then there's a vacant lot across the street. Those are both included, so there was basically, I want to say, a total of 3 lots that were kind of clumped together as a part of Bryant.
So they are in the housing element identified.
No, they're not though. That's the thing. They were pulled out.
Oh, okay.
Before, when it ended up going to city council, we needed to meet that deadline, and in doing that, stripped any of the proposed sites, and then realized that because of our lower number for RENA in terms of it being 53, we were able to take, for instance, the city hall site off, recognizing that it's got significant issues in terms of entitlements, and that it's a developed site. So it just becomes very difficult.
Well, I thought the commission voted to take the city hall area off the SPL list.
I did too.
Yeah.
That 2-acre parcel at the back.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this commission did do
Yeah,
that.
that 2-acre parcel at the back of Condor, I think you called it 318, Bryant, was on the list. I don't know if it still is or not, I guess. What I heard was that the county, which owns Whispering Oaks, did not want to grant access to that property from the Whispering Oaks driveway.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the details of it, but I'm just giving you some of the higher level identifications in terms of what's.
Well, Lucas, is it what's your feeling about bringing at least the VMU and the industrial area for discussion on the planning commission? I mean, is it too late to kind of talk about this again?
No, absolutely not. Look, if you're asking for what my feeling is, you're not going to get my feeling on something like that. If you're asking me from a policy standpoint, from a directional standpoint, from a processing standpoint,
yes.
If this commission would want to bring back we talked about these 3 items: Bryant Street and Bryant Circle, North Montgomery Street, and then South Ventura Street.
I don't remember a discussion of South Ventura.
It was pretty light. And the reason
Yeah,
why,
I don't either.
That's where the police department and city hall are.
yeah, it's right across the street.
Oh. Was that a discussion of the community garden behind City Hall?
No. This is north of City Hall.
Wow.
That's the empty lot where the parking is, correct?
No, it's not the empty lot.
Oh, is that part
No.
of the housing element discussion?
No, I don't remember this.
No.
No, I don't either. I
I
think we
sure
need
don't.
to talk about it again.
It sounds like maybe this needs to come back, but I will admit this item I think can come back at a later date, but there are several other items that I think are ahead of this one. Just
Okay, well, I
Okay.
mean, when it's timely and prior to really the draft, getting farther in terms of drafting policies, and plus the fact that we have a new commission.
yeah, and I think we could call it as an update to those three
Yeah.
statements.
Yeah, let's cover those three at the next time that it's feasible.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the details without actually having, I mean, here we're talking kind of high level in terms of how it reads. I'd have maps like I did before and highlighting uses and addresses.
Yeah, I'm thinking in terms of actually really getting commission consensus and providing really good direction for the consultants in terms of drafting policies, goals and policies.
Exactly. That's what we're trying to do, I think, on every one of these pages right now.
Right.
Sure.
I agree.
True. All right. Any other questions, comments?
No,
All right. So now we're moving on to preliminary land use concepts, areas of stability and enhancement. Those are areas where limited physical changes are anticipated, but improvements will continue to be made. For areas of stability and enhancement, including residential neighborhoods and civic and open spaces, the updated general plan will incorporate strategies to preserve and enhance existing assets and address needed improvements. The residential neighborhoods are unlikely to see significant change, but will benefit from the mobility improvements and enhanced access to amenities. I think that's been pretty clear throughout the surveys that we've received, the interviews that we've conducted, and the recent, well, not so recent, but the workshop from 2021 in March, where the community weighed in. And then the civic and open spaces will be preserved and access to those community resources will be enhanced. So any questions on this slide?
I'm just curious. I know where the civic spaces are. What are the open spaces that are going to be preserved?
I think it's just well, the open spaces I would assume are to the north and to the east. In terms of those, I mean, obviously to the north, we still have some open space. I believe we do at least.
I don't think any of it is publicly owned. That's why I asked. I tend to think of open spaces as publicly owned, but maybe that's wrong.
Oh no, we've got open space to the west, just to the west of the high school. I'm thinking ag
Okay.
to the north.
Oh, you're thinking of the meadows. Okay.
Yep. That looks like the only area that
Okay.
I'm seeing off the cuff here. Anyway.
Yeah, we've got privately owned property right up to Shelf Road, and then it's national forest beyond that.
Right. And that is, that national forest area is open space. So I guess north of the ag is all open space. It's a fairly large swath kind of in a rectangular
Okay.
shape. So, all right. Areas of potential change are areas where land use change is planned or should be considered. These include the following areas. And this looks fairly familiar. We're talking about the downtown village mixed use, Bryant industrial area, and the corridor and gateway areas. Now you'll notice that residential is not identified on here, and I believe the reason why, unless it is on the next page, the reason why is because these are areas of potential change. In the previous slide, you saw the that the residential neighborhoods are anticipated not to see potential change, but just enhancements.
Right, but the corridor and gateway, it does talk about more residential development.
More residential development, right, right. If you want, I can read this verbatim, or if you have questions on it, we could.
39. It talks about the downtown being enhanced with more businesses and restaurants. And I'm not sure how well that meshes with what we saw on page 32 about de-emphasizing tourist-oriented activities.
I'm sorry, where are you reading from?
Well, page 39,
Yeah.
second bullet, and page 32.
Got it, yep. Got it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think we don't have anything about balancing, protecting resident related uses and encouraging or achieving balance of uses with resident and tourist uses. And I think it's really important to have wording along that line added to this.
I disagree. Fox News is called by Fox News a fair and balanced. I think the word balance is all in the eye of the beholder.
Just like unattractive.
I mean, I know what you're saying, and I don't disagree with it.
Well,
but
something where we don't have everything that, everything is turning to the tourist uses. We've lost our community downtown. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to protect and encourage not just more restaurants and bars. We need a diversity of businesses down there.
What if we said enhanced with more resident-oriented businesses?
Yes.
Yeah, restaurant seems fairly specific in this case, that's a very specific use.
I mean,
I hear a lot of residents saying, I don't go downtown anymore because there's nothing for me there.
Yep.
I hear that. But if
other than restaurants,
if that's the case, if you put something downtown for residents, they're not going to go there because they don't go there. I mean,
well, that's a good point, because in the past there were things that generally the residents would go to downtown. Then when all the big box stores started coming in down in Ventura or Oxnard, people went down there because it was cheaper, and that's kind of how it ended up phasing out. So in other words, we had like a stationery store, and we had Western Auto, and things like that, and a paint store where the Nest was.
Nothing left but Rains.
But then people weren't shopping there, so they went out of business. It's unfortunate. Right. It's really a tough one. I think maybe, I don't know if we can say promote diversity, meaning diversity in the business type, but that means the city, I guess, maybe in combination with the chamber would have to come up with some incentivized program, I guess. But, or do we just, is it just
there's a way, I mean,
yeah,
all we're doing is setting a foundation for what we want.
Exactly.
There are tools that are available, planning tools that are available to that allows the city to guide what they want to see in the city, other than just letting the free market completely run the show.
Right.
And so I don't, I'm not sure the town is ready for everything that's out there that's available to use, but at least if you have a foundation that's saying what you want it to say, other than just saying, come on in with the tourists and the tourist uses and more. We have, you can bring in as many restaurants as you want. We don't care, or bars. I just think there's a way to say this better, and in terms of serving resident needs.
Correct. Yeah.
I have a question. So Lucas, is there something here of a mechanism like they have in Los Angeles? They can use a queue condition as opposed to rezoning or spot zoning. They can put a queue condition in and say there will be no more than 10 restaurants on this block, and there'll be no more than four savings and loans, or 8 savings and loans, or whatever it is, that we're worried is becoming overemphasized and driving out the.
If you're asking me, Commissioner Bennett, if there's a zoning tool or a land use tool that would provide that, I think that is absolutely true. I think through the general plan, I think you could. I think through the zoning, I think you do that through like an overlay and limit. I can think of 2 cities that I worked for previously where that was the case within the downtown core area, because of the proliferation of one particular use within a city and a particular use in another city that became a bit of a concern to the community. They thought they were going to basically take over the town, so they put limitations on it, and that is absolutely a tool that you can.
I was involved in Los Angeles, in the neighborhood I was in, and I was part of a group that put through a queue condition that limited the number of savings and loans. This is before they all collapsed and merged with banks, but the boulevard, the high street, the equivalent of our arcaded area was filled with real estate offices and savings and loans, and neither of which actually served the population that was there. And they both sort of took care of themselves, meaning that both of them diminished over time, but we did put limitations on linear feet, and we threw restaurants in as a last minute thing, but we didn't define restaurants. And darned if everybody found a way to make their restaurant something other than a restaurant. We were just experiencing growth in the number of restaurants, and
that's the entrepreneurial spirit.
Well, there's ways you could make additional findings required for the downtown area and address cumulative or a lack of diversity of uses. So, there's ways to do that, I think, pretty effectively.
Yep.
Although people are always searching for the loopholes, for sure.
Well, and depending on the vagueness of your language, it can seem pretty arbitrary.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. So
you do have to be careful.
Agreed.
I certainly agree with that last bullet.
Wow. Point taken. All right. So I added the restaurant. So removing the restaurant, replacing with more of a general term, or just removing it altogether. More businesses and housing, maybe, as a general statement. That's for the downtown portion. I think that's the second rule.
Okay.
Where define downtown?
Well, that's a problem too.
You're not going to put residences in from, say, Kenyatta to Fox Street, but that's downtown. That's what I think of as downtown.
That's what I think of too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't they talking about the character definitions here? They define what the downtown village mixed use, Brian. They define all this, don't they?
Yeah, they've given a kind of a rectangular box to it. I think that was the first couple of slides that we saw.
Right.
Yeah, it was a block either side of Ojai Avenue. And that's at least from Kenyatta to Fox. that's pretty much commercial.
And I mean, just to know, there's discussion regarding with another commission looking at the downtown district as a historic district and putting boundaries on that as well. And just
looks
to that
like
note,
some of those maps we saw earlier where there's aces and spaces.
Yep. The state's already identified what they believe to be our historic downtown district. So to that, I don't want to get into detail on that. I'm just giving some high level information here. Any other questions on this slide before we move on?
Got a question on the map that's coming.
Okay.
By the way, just let me because it's been in here and we skipped over it each time. The idea of the trolley, and here it mentions transport facilities. Do we think that the trolley does a good job? Do you think it takes people off the streets, and out of cars?
No, I defy you to find people on the trolley when it passes you.
Well, that's my point.
Yes, and that's why they keep taking trolley stops out.
Well, is that the right solution, or is the vehicle wrong? I mean, I think it's this ridiculous looking thing, which I'm sure everybody thinks is quaint, and isn't it nice to have that thing like that? But it's a big, noisy, 5 steps up or 4 steps up to get to your seat. It's not a convenient, quiet vehicle. It's easy to load and unload, and
85 to 90% of the cost of operating it comes out of the general fund.
Yeah. So,
is that what improved transport facilities means?
I don't know.
I think that's to be fleshed out, and I think your point, Jamie, is pretty interesting. I haven't really heard anybody, kind of talk about the trolley, but like that. But I think
it's a lot of it's a
lot of fodder for discussion.
It's a lot of city resources, and I don't think it's achieving anything. And the truth is also the electric charging stations are completely out of date. Luckily, they put those charging stations down by Boku on the 33. Those are fast. Those are high-speed charging stations. The ones we have over by the skate park and by City Hall are slow-speed charging. And we only have electric cars, and we've had an electric car for the past 12 years. What you need is high-speed charging, and that's what people are putting in, where in 20 minutes you can top off your car and you can, charge up enough to, get to Santa Barbara.
Well, I think that is definitely what we're talking about with the what we're saying earlier, support infrastructure for future electric vehicle.
Maybe that's the improved transport facilities. I don't know.
Yeah,
you could ask the consultant to define that for us.
Right, but this whole thing here is Boku, and they're doing it. I mean, and we're not providing them with any incentive or anything else. They leased that space to Tesla, and then they opened up one for non-Tesla cars right next to it. And we've got probably 35 parking places there for electric vehicles at Boku. Right. And they're all high-speed charging, so you can fill the whole car up in less than an hour, maybe 45 minutes. Whereas my car, if I bring it home essentially empty and plug it in at home, which is the same kind of thing we have in the city, it takes 7 hours to
overnight.
Overnight. So.
Well, and it also, those improvements support the tourist industry as well as serves residents.
They sure would.
But I just would like to see more landscape screening. Those areas. It's not too pretty for the city entrance out there. So.
Yeah, no, it isn't. No, it's
we need to work on that, and maybe that needs to be kind of called out in some of the policies as well.
The bushes are growing as fast as they can, but
Yeah.
it's not enough right now.
Oh, Randy Haney will put some bushes in for you.
I bet he would.
As I have my hand raised, just real quick here,
Oh, yes, sir.
because I'm going to be signing off. I just had a couple comments I wanted to make real quick. I think these deliberations are it's so interesting because I'm in and out with them. You know, I'm listening and doing something and listening, but I just find it I just find it interesting to listen to 6-7 people here have a discussion about their vision and understanding of the community. It's so interesting. The part that probably scares me the most is all the decisions that are going to be made, and it's going to be made by less than 25 people in this community. I'm a big fan of more community involvement, but it just seems like you can't drag someone to the dance. You know, they either want to be a part of it and they want to stick with it, or stick, you know, they'll show up for something specific that's to them, and then the rest of it is, well, I'll let everyone else do the hard work. You guys are doing the hard work. It's just that simple. And I appreciate it. The council appreciates it, and ultimately the community is going to appreciate it. I just had a couple quick things here. Parking, and I put under parking, we're spoiled. It's that simple. I've never gone downtown and not ever been able to find a place to park. Yet every other word out of everyone's mouth is constantly, we need parking, we need parking. You know, I don't know about you guys. When I drive downtown, the hardest place to find parking is the dry cleaners. If I need to go anywhere else, I can find a place to park because I can walk to wherever I need to go. So we're just spoiled. It's just like, it takes 5 minutes to get across town, and yet, dang it, traffic is so bad we can't get across town. And it's like 5 minutes I've timed it. We were having these discussions years ago. I timed it. I timed myself from the Y to Bryant Street where my yard was. 5 minutes. At 4 o'clock, midday, heavy traffic. And it was like, and we're complaining. We're seriously complaining.
Yeah.
So I think that's funny. You know, we just can't can't win on it. I had here. I love the word guide versus the word control. and then from that, I like the way Jamie came into it, using Q or something of that narrative to actually say, yeah, we should be able to be flexible in the number of types of businesses that are in specific locations. I think the thing that hurts us is our downtown corridor as it exists right now is so short. I've always been a fan of how we can create something on the east end. And as a planning commission, I would think that that's one of your goals is, what can we do to bring the east closer to the west?
Right.
And that takes me to the last thing, which is the trolley. The trolley performs a public service. And I think we can't forget about that. That it actually takes care of, it benefits the lower income families. It benefits people that don't have cars. And it just doesn't serve Ojai, it actually serves the Ojai area of influence. It goes all the way down to Oakview. So we just need to get, you know, I agree. Should we have a better transportation system for our community just by itself? Can we dedicate trolleys? Can we do something? I think that's something that you guys could look at, but I think we can't forget what it is. The main goal of every city, and that we are subsidized on all of this, is that it's a public service. And by the way, you know, we do have that fuel changes coming up in 2040. By 2040, we have to be 2 electric vehicles. All public transportation has to be electric. We're already working on that at Gold Coast, and VCTC is working on it. That Gold Coast, James Beck, who heads the maintenance division and transportation area at Gold Coast, lives here in town. And I keep telling myself to have him come and speak to you guys and have him come and speak to council. But this guy is already on the ball, figuring out how to take all of the Gold Coast vehicles. And they just built a natural gas facility. They're going to transition from natural gas, and they're looking at hydrogen and electric. And right now, hydrogen is winning. It's real interesting. Cost of buses, 45-foot, 35-foot and bigger buses, hydrogen is winning. So we're going to be doing that. We've got to convert too. Obviously, our fleet is not as great, but it's just something that I just wanted to touch on that. Can we utilize that? And I think Jamie from the chamber did a pretty good job before COVID. And that was trying to take a bus and rerouting it and utilizing it better on the weekends, you know, from the inn and things of that nature. So yeah, we have a lot of work in that area, but again, most importantly, it's a public service and it's a public benefit, the trolleys. That's, and then as far as how they look and all that other stuff, that's, again, that's something that you guys can decide.
I'll agree they're aggressively quaint, but that's fun for the tourists, I think.
Yeah, they're expensive.
But if they're empty.
Oh, yes.
I get that. And not only are they empty, but the fares are low. They're not reasonably low, they're low. And so the question is,
they're still empty.
How can we get more people to use them? That's the question you need to ask yourself. You know, and that's the same thing that goes with, I had on here is, you guys were just talking about all of these distinct areas in the downtown corridor for development. And earlier on, you had development potential come up one of your line items. You know, you guys need to declare what potential growth is not bad. It's what kind of growth. And that's where you folks get to influence. And how do we do that? How do we get the businesses that we want here? You know, that's it. These are big questions, and I don't have the answer for them right now. But they are something that obviously planning and Lucas and his group needs to be looking at. But again, we don't have a redevelopment agency. We don't have anyone specializing in outreach. I mean, let's thank Jamie. What's Jamie's last name from the chamber?
Fleming.
He's doing a heck of a job doing whatever he can.
Doing what he can, right.
But we need more. And again, it's critical for you guys to decide the types of businesses that we want. And here's the last thing about businesses downtown. I'm a firm believer that life cycles. Okay. I grew up with steel wheels on skateboards, and son of a gun, if skateboards today aren't fiberglass wheels and customized trucks. And, you know, we got Frisbee golf. You know, we invented Frisbee in the 60s. I mean, just all of this stuff comes. What we're going to look at in our downtown corridors is more flexibility and how we look at the commercial use. Can we do more mixed use? Can we do more live work? Can we do more workforce housing in conjunction with someone's business? Those are the issues that I think that those are the things that you should be looking at when you start getting into the policy issues and the deeper nuts and bolts of this discussion. That's going to be critical, because I agree with Kathleen. If I've said Kathleen's, Catherine.
It's two Cathys.
I know, I did, trust me. But what Catherine's made a statement earlier about, again, about what's our vision for the community, the people that live here and actually can come downtown. Right. You know, how do we create a down, you know, someone said I've heard this for years, we don't have a shoe cobbler anymore. I want every one of you to ask yourself, when's the last time you took a shoe to get it repaired?
Miners Oaks. Yep.
Yeah,
I have to go to Santa Barbara.
Miners Oaks.
Yeah.
Me, I wear whatever the shoes my wife got me, and when they wear out, I throw them away and buy a new pair. You know what I'm saying? Because they got rubber soles. But I'm just saying, we don't have a cobbler because there wasn't enough business for a cobbler. So some of the things that we want because we miss, because we feel they make a downtown, isn't necessarily what's occurring today. And that's where you folks get to be the critical deciders. What do we want here? And how are we going to get them? And what's it going to take to get them here? So good luck. I leave you with that. I'm signing off. I'm going to bed.
Thank you, sir.
It's almost 9:30. Do you guys put a time frame on your discussions, like you started at 6 and we're not going to go past 10, or?
We
What's your rule?
haven't put any time limits on it, but it's maybe an appropriate time. We've got about 8 pages left here.
I was going to say,
You
you
want
haven't.
to pick
Well, let's
this up
see.
at another meeting?
Wrap it up.
Well, I'm just trying to say for you guys, I looked at that, you had 47 pages in the first group. And I was worried that the public wasn't going to be able to speak. And you're only on page, what, 30-something, 39?
We're on 39.
Yeah,
We're just finishing 39. Yeah.
right. So I'll get out of your way. And again, thank you guys. I sincerely mean that. And I know when I say thank you, I know that the council means thank you. So thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, sir. What is the sense of the commission? Are we tired?
Yes, but we
Yeah.
could, is there a chance we could wrap it up?
I've only got a couple more questions on the following pages, so
I'm hoping we can just finish it up.
Yeah, me too,
all right,
rather than continue.
let's
it.
press on. I've got a question. Are we done with 39?
I believe so.
Okay. On 40, it's an interesting looking map. It doesn't have too much information on it, so it's relatively easy to read. I don't understand what the area of potential change from the Y down 33 to the edge of the city. I'm not sure what that is. The only thing that's there is the highway and the bike trail.
I know, I was wondering that as well. Is it the sense of the commission to identify that really probably should just be removed?
I think that probably
Yeah.
I think they're,
blue like the rest.
I think they're talking about the corridor, right? That's where we're gonna have the most changes along the corridors.
Right, based
Yeah,
on
but
the
not that
previous-
part of the corridor.
Well, doesn't that cover the APTC, that part right there, right by the Y?
ATP doesn't do anything south of the Y.
No, not south. I'm sorry, right there off the 33.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about that you're showing west of the Y. That
Oh, I see.
that
Right
piece
there.
that you're talking about right there.
Yeah, you could take that out. Yeah.
I'd change that all to blue.
I think my comment to that would be removing it, but up to the point where the last piece of commercial lies, because you've got the Vaughn Center right at that corner there.
Right.
Right.
Yes, right. Exactly right.
I know I'm new, but somebody tell me what's in that little box on the east end. Is that like the fire department or something?
This one right here?
No, to the right.
Further to the right.
Yeah, right there.
That little box, that is not in the city limits.
I know, but is it county? Is it the?
It's county. It's unincorporated county.
Is it fire? Is it the fire department?
No,
No.
that's further to the left.
Yep.
You see where that little yellow crosshatched box is north of Ojai Avenue?
Yeah,
That's the bowling alley. Right across from it is the fire department.
yeah. But nobody knows what that little unincorporated box is all about there.
That was somebody that refused to be annexed, I think.
Well, I mean, clearly, yeah, that's anytime that you create an island like that, that's typically what's going on. Let me see if I can get a use here real quick.
I mean, I don't need to know, but it's just for your eye goes to the anomalies, and that's
Yes.
You know, I think it's the Hartman Orchard. That's on
Yeah,
that.
we had
does look like
people
an orchard.
at city
Corner
council
garden.
complaining about hemp or something in there.
Well, that was a little further back, but well, maybe there as well. But that is an orchard, an orange orchard, or maybe it's a pixie or orange.
Yeah, it looks to be the west of Boardman Road.
Yes.
Yeah, that looks to be an orchard.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So just to give a reference point, this one has all of the hashed affordable housing sites that were discussed and then eventually voted by this commission. So you're seeing those throughout. One that you're not seeing, obviously, is the one that's that used to be over here, which is
that we took out.
Correct. So that's correct. So anyway, I want to just make that note.
Yep.
And then I've made the note about, close this. The area of potential change south of the Vaughn Center.
Right.
Here. I think that's pretty much it.
If that's changed, I think it's really a very instructive map, and it's done in a way that makes it easy to read.
Pretty clean. I
Yeah.
agree. Okay. All right. Let's see. Preliminary transportation concepts. Moving on here. Preliminary transportation concepts. So we've just got a couple more slides here. I'm not going to read them specifically, but I'll just kind of highlight a couple of them. Improve pedestrian crossing safety. Build out the sidewalk network with a focus on access to transit stops and businesses. Expand electric vehicle charging locations. I think that's been a point that's been discussed kind of throughout to a certain degree of this document. And then it identifies creating a pedestrian enhanced district in the downtown and village mixed use areas. See the 1997 circulation element. So those pedestrian enhancement districts, downtown and village mixed use areas. I think we saw that character area map early on that focused on the mixed use area, village mixed use areas in the downtown area.
Yep.
And then
there's a point made on that very first bullet about streetscape enhancements. What does that mean? Is that putting more trees on the sidewalks? Because I think the ones alongside the village pharmacy on Signal, I think came out, didn't they? Those are gone now.
You're talking about the trees along Signal?
Along North Signal between Ojai Avenue and Matilaha.
Yeah, I mean, trees are removed at certain points and then replaced or replanted. The streetscape then takes a closer look at not only the trees themselves, but also how the sidewalk interacts with those trees and that vegetation. And then making sure that with that streetscape enhancement, you've got things like trash receptacles within key areas so that you're not creating additional litter.
Good explanation. Thank you.
Those are all just kind of high level pieces to the puzzle there.
Yeah, there's kind of some also cross, with the ATP, as this is specifically for Maricopa Highway and Ojai Avenue. So some of that gets covered in that project. I had a question about it says, the last bullet item on the first section, create a pedestrian enhancement district. I already thought we had that. I cannot tell you how many times we've had a planning commission meeting, and I know I've referenced it. Past planning commissioners have referenced it. I know it's on some of the documents and it's identified, as the PED or the pedestrian enhancement district. So is this expanding it or creating a new one or
improving it?
Or
I don't think creating it is needed at this point.
Because we already have it, I thought.
I can go back and reference that. This piece.
Okay.
Here. I think really what you're talking about is has it already been created?
Right.
This is pulling information from this specific element.
Well,
right.
As far as I know, it is, because I know I'm just thinking over the years since I've been on the planning commission, how many times we've referred to the pedestrian enhancement district. I know when we did the walkability data gathering, we specifically targeted that area as well. So I think it exists. I guess the question is, are we going to be updating it or expanding it?
Yeah.
Or reinforcing
or improving. We don't want to use enhancing because we already got that word in there. but you could say improve or expand, and then as proposed in the 1997 circulation element.
Yeah.
Again, we're trying, I think,
Yep.
to do two things here. One is make sure the city gets credit for things it's done that were
Right.
good. And second, to change the way the consultants are thinking as they write about these concepts.
Mm-hmm.
Point taken.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. Any other questions on this page?
I think that'll work.
Yeah, I think, at the bottom where it says continue to implement the Trails Master Plan, when they're saying implement, are they saying to actually do the work on it? And not the map itself, but, physically identify the trails, or, put signage up, or parking, or what have you?
Yeah,
I
there's
think
really
that-
nothing else that
Yeah.
ties it to that. So
Yeah.
you could probably add a sentence
Yep.
that provides a little bit of clarity to that.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Okay.
An example would be where the trail crosses Ventura Street. There's a sign that points north up Ventura Street toward Ojai Avenue and farther,
Yep.
and talks about Shelf Road or some such,
Yes.
and that's not actually there. So if we continue to implement and improve the Trails Master Plan, things like that should be over on Signal Street, or maybe it's Signal and Ojai Avenue to point people toward trails.
Right. So we do have wayfinding signage that went in, in I don't know,
Long
last
ago.
several years,
Yep.
maybe more than the last several, but yeah, it's kind of like bringing everything up to date
Sure.
is what we need to do. Yeah. You've seen the last several years, but you know what? Last 2 years we've been like on Zoom, and so I think I'm talking about something that happened probably 5 years ago, now that I think about it.
Right.
Well, our son says every week there's 7 blurs days.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay. All right. Moving on to the map, existing transportation facilities. Here we're seeing existing trails highlighted in green, existing bike facilities, those are highlighted in yellow. Existing low stress routes, those are highlighted in red. And these sources are taken from the Trails Master Plan as well as the Complete Streets Master Plan, that policy document from 2017.
And
Again, there's some
when they correct that piece of State Highway 33 south of Vaughn's, which is
to
the
make
basis for this and the next page, then that'll be good too.
Yep.
I like this one.
mhm.
The idea that less is more, right?
Yep. Well, let's make it accurate. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. I know.
I think it's interesting. We can see that's what exists today. And then the next page is the same map again with concepts in existing plans. And it shows how much we have left to do.
Right. Potentially. Yeah.
There's some work.
But I like these two maps.
I would once again, on page 44, just have them double check that this is, well, no, they did. They said they used the Complete Streets Master Plan. There's just a couple items on here that I kind of question, but I don't want to get into the details on that right now, but I'm just curious.
Well, if it's something that you think is an error, it's best to correct it now if we can.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think it's just because it was a little hard to read. Maybe that's where I was getting confused. I
Okay.
take it back. Yeah.
I appreciate seeing Shelf Road and Pratt Trail on there, though.
I know, I saw that too.
That's good stuff.
All right. Moving on.
Again, the base map needs to be fixed, but you'll do that.
Yeah.
Now, what is this with transit stops? Oh, this is concepts again. Because we certainly don't have all those transit stops today.
Connector concepts, exactly.
Maybe that should say potential transit stops.
Doesn't the bus stop at Gridley?
It does. It makes that loop around Grand and Gridley
Yeah.
and Ojai Avenue. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But there's other stuff south of Ojai Avenue that's not. It's not a transit stop. There's stuff out on the west end there. Two places along the inn, and one place up along Country Club Road on inn property. Those are not currently transit stops. They might be potential transit stops.
It was the trolley at one point, I don't know if it still does, was going into the inn at the entrance. But the
Yeah,
ones,
it was.
but the ones that are more on the highway, that probably would have been the bus, not, well, I don't know, maybe it was the trolley.
The bus does the bus stop anywhere except the Y and the skate park? I don't think so. The bus that goes to Ventura.
Well, it also stops by the Vaughns. Well, you said the Y. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's it.
I think you're right. So it doesn't really identify if the transit stop is the bus or the trolley. So it's probably maybe it's a combination of the two. But some of it, I don't know.
Yeah, that stuff west on 33 there from the Y, that's clearly trolley stops.
Mm-hmm.
Though I didn't realize the trolley stopped at 5 points. It says it does. But once again, maybe these are existing and proposed transit stops or something. I'm not sure, but I think it needs to be, the language needs to be checked for sure, because they're not all existing.
Right. And you know, he's using the Complete Streets Master Plan and also that Trails Plan again. So and basically it's titled Concepts in Existing Plans. So some of it may be outdated.
Right.
Is what I'm thinking, but I can't say for sure, but it would be good to understand where the information came from. And if they were using that older document, it may just be something that won't really happen down the road.
It makes me curious as to whether these consultants have actually been here with you.
Yeah.
Or have all your meetings with them been virtual, Lucas? Have these people actually been on the ground in Ojai at any point?
Yeah, we had a kickoff back in early 2020, right before the pandemic hit.
Okay.
But that's the last time that they were out here. Everything else has been Zoom.
I think they're working mostly from documents, and some of that information is outdated.
Yeah.
And or obsolete or never happened or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
those are the things that we're pointing out that need to be corrected.
Yeah, I think the important thing is if there are documents that are out of date in terms of the ground truthing of sites that are current and existing, moving forward, we need to identify those documents that also need to be updated.
Amen.
Yep.
So maybe we all take the homework of reading the Complete Streets Master Plan and look at the Trails Master Plan, which is in the 25-year-old general plan circulation element.
The circulation element.
And we've seen one of those maps from that document already tonight. But let's take a look at that and then be prepared to make comments or corrections.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, next is next steps.
Next is next steps. So take a deep breath, everybody. We've gotten through this document. The preliminary land use and transportation concepts map will provide direction during the next step in the plan direction phase of the general plan update, the preparation of the land use and transportation alternatives. Now, before I go into any more of these, I just want to let the commission know that I've got about 6 pages of comments. Some are specific to pages, some are global, some have come in from the community, and some are specific from each individual commissioner. So just know that there's a whole gambit of comments that are going to be sent off to the consultant.
Well, we appreciate you taking all those good notes, Lucas.
Well, I think, yeah, no problem. It's what I'm here for. But I also want to make sure that we're getting clarification on these aspects, because these are all documents that are influencing what will eventually be the general plan update. So
right.
Each of these steps are critical. The land use alternatives will vary in land use, intensity, and design. The transportation alternatives will describe the circulation network, complete streets, and multimodal network that support each land use alternative. And then to complement the land use and transportation alternatives, policy alternatives for parks, open space, resilience. And I think resilience, like I said before, and I think, actually I didn't say this, but what Commissioner Lottis and Vice Chair Nolan had said earlier, resilience, I think, will have a more pronounced understanding as it relates to climate change. And environmental justice.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. It needs to refer to climate
change,
mitigation, and climate resilience. Otherwise, it means nothing.
So what I have here with just to make sure I've got the correct comment here. Sorry. Even at this late hour, it's critical that we get these things right.
Resilience alone,
You need both.
it's not enough. It's not enough. It's unclear whether it's referring to climate change or whether it's just some kind of general thing that.
Yeah, because resilience could be that you bounce back from an economical downturn.
Yeah.
It's your ability to bounce back from anything.
This is supposed to be talking about climate change. That's what I believe that's what is meant. And if that's not what is meant,
let us know.
We need to add it for sure.
I believe it's not what is meant. It's a very popular concept of communities having resilience. And I think per se that's not specific to climate. And if we want to do something on climate, we should say something about climate, because resilience may be seismic. It could be any one of a number of things that can happen. And the question is,
right,
have you built in resilience in your community to take care of those things? It could be social service agencies. It could be the Red Cross. It could be all sorts of things provide a community with resilience.
Okay. Well, okay, then we need to add climate change mitigation and climate resilience, climate change resilience. So that could be another, it would deserve, the importance of that deserves another sentence. So
I have climate change.
We could say resilience in the face of climate change, economic turmoil, and natural disasters. Because I think all of those things are sort of what Jamie was talking about.
Right. You want resiliency for all those things. And I think what Commissioner Lottis is stressing is we want to make sure that climate specifically is referenced.
We need to specifically address climate change, mitigation, and resilience, because it has specific meaning, even in terms of the the general plan guidelines that come down from the state, they talk about those words in that document. And it's a hugely significant issue. We're not doing a separate climate change element as a lot of communities are. Addressing those impacts are to be woven through this document. So far, we're not giving any, even just, a few words to address it. It's not even being included in here at all. It's very disappointing. And the consultants really need to be thinking about this. This is a big impact. There's a lot that we can do at the local level. And we can do things where we reduce our, individual use of fossil fuels as a community. I mean, there's a lot of things, and it all comes from buildings and transportation. So we can do it, and we can talk about it, and we can make a difference, and we can serve as a model for other communities too. So if we really can think about it and be creative, and there's plenty of expertise out there. There's architects, there's all kinds of people who can help us think about it.
The truth is, if we are the greenest community in California, we're not going to solve the problem.
It's not a matter, no, it's not a global solution.
We can demonstrate,
Yes.
but we cannot solve the problem, because Ventura is building at a furious pace and doesn't give a damn.
Yes, I know. I agree, but that doesn't absolve us of our individual community responsibility. And that we can make a difference, and we can be influential.
All right, here's one. And that is, I've had lunch with some friends. Both of them had some orange groves down in the East End. And they're both talking about ripping out their orange trees and how you can't make money on citrus anymore. And they were very interested in, should I plant cannabis? Now, how do you like them apples? You want to become resilient? You're going to have your citrus growers pulling out their plants because it's gotten too warm, and there are new pests that weren't here 20 years ago when it was cooler, and now they're here, and so citrus doesn't work, and everyone's looking for some crop that will work in the temperatures we've gotten, and so on and so forth. So,
well,
Lucas,
we can be,
Lucas,
I don't want
maybe the message to carry back to the consultants is,
Right.
if the consultants feel that they have covered all of these topics with the word resilience, the Planning Commission isn't getting the message.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think there needs to be more.
Yeah.
That's kind of the sense that I'm getting. It's too general of a statement.
Yes, too
And
general.
I think that the statement is lost in the generality of that statement.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think mitigation is particularly important, because those tend toward concrete steps that people can take, where resilience is a much vaguer and broader concept that is not nearly so easy to implement as a lot of the mitigation steps are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've taken the mitigation steps, ideally, you will be more resilient because you've planned ahead of time and you've done what you can do.
Right, but you didn't directly become resilient. You directly took mitigation steps.
Right.
Right.
Well, you might have taken the mitigation steps because you were not resilient. Take a look at the state of Texas,
Right.
and it's electric grid.
Yeah.
And okay, the climate changed down there, so climate was a driver, but it wasn't resilient because it hadn't taken the infrastructure steps. They're nonprofit and for-profit entities down there weren't prepared. They weren't resilient. It happened, and the whole grid went down.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to make sure we don't forget about this. This is in place for the next 20 years, and we've got to talk about what we can do.
Yeah. Agreed.
Excellent. And Commissioner Lottis, thank you for driving us to page 47.
And we're all done.
All right.
Is there anything else we need tonight?
Well, I would say this to the commission, take a deep breath. This commission just plowed through 47 pages of what I would say was pretty heavy material in terms of what we were going through. There's been a lot of background on this, and obviously to some degree the consultants have missed some of these points, and we're certainly gonna, within these 6 pages that I've got here, we're gonna drive those home and get that addressed through these 47 pages.
Well, I must say I particularly appreciated Randy Haney's attempt to get us to pull back even further and look at how do we get the businesses we want to get, and those issues, and it's very easy to get tied up in the details here. I'm finding without stepping back and getting at the global issues, and I think this commission is uniquely skilled to do it. So I think I'm very optimistic about it. But we got to have both the time to do it and the focus to do it. So,
yeah, I was the strategic planning manager for a Rockwell division for 2 years, and I can tell you, it's a whole different way of thinking.
Yeah.
From implementation plans and the rest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Sherry.
We have 2 raised hands from Bill Miley and Sean McDermott.
Let's have them.
Okay, Bill
Hi
Miley.
there, Bill Miley. I noticed on the SPL overlay, Lucas, that a Grand Avenue site is still there. That wasn't part of the plan, as I remember.
Yeah, that's a good, Bill, I know I've responded to you in an email, but I'll respond again. That the Grand Avenue one was included as a part of the Planning Commission's recommendation to City Council, but ultimately that's not, the Grand Avenue ended up getting dropped as well as the other proposed SPL overlays. So that one, as well as I want to say 5 or 6 of those other sites that the Planning Commission looked at, ended up getting dropped before council moved forward with an approval.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you. Sean, go ahead.
Thanks. So I actually had a couple of quick comments on the diversity of business and housing. It's actually something that I've been talking to Jamie Fleming a little bit about over the last few months as well. And, this isn't, the topic was covered somewhat tonight already, so I'll try and go quick. But the key point that, everybody talks about is all of the new businesses generating housing demand for employees. I've been talking to some of the new restaurant owners recently. I think my estimate from 4 new restaurants recently is probably 70 to 100 new workers that have come into Ojai, and they're actually all struggling to find housing. Most, I think, are commuting in from outside of Ojai, generating, all the traffic that we don't want. And in fact, one of the restaurant owners is directly trying to figure out housing for restaurant employees himself. And so I want to stress that we really need to focus on housing for all of the new business coming in. And then an interesting thing that I learned in the last week that I hadn't heard before. My background is in software. Certainly some of the diversity of business that we're looking for, that Jamie's been looking at, Jamie Fleming, has been in areas like software. And what I heard from 2 different sources in the last week was that there was a lot of concern about diversity in business bringing in employees, even at higher salary levels, that are actually going to drive the housing market even higher. And so there's actually resistance kind of on the ground, not just against tourism, which we actually hear a little bit more frequently, but also against these other businesses that I didn't actually expect to have resistance on, all down to housing. And so I think, every path leads to housing, even the business diversity paths. And so anything we can do in all of these different zones on housing will really help Ojai kind of solve all of the different problems we're talking about. And so, I appreciate all the work that was done in the plan and tonight on housing. I'm kind of looking forward to the next stage on that. Thank you.
Well, if anyone out there has any ideas about building multifamily affordable housing and not losing money on it, speak up, because we need to talk to developers. That's the way it's going to get done. Okay. Last thoughts from anyone? Lucas? Fellow commissioners? All right. Well, I've got 10:09 and I declare our meeting adjourned. And thank you all very much again. This is hard work and I salute you for taking it on. Good night.
Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks.
Bye.